Apparently I'm live. Hey, here we go. So it's Toast, back for another Toast First to World. Today I have my opponent, Wild Dice co-host, Worldcry UK mastermind, and former Warhammer World Champion. It's Lord Phylax. How's it going, buddy?
Hello. Hello, folks. How you doing?
And he's
Happy
gonna
to be here.
he's gonna whoop my butt at Warcry today because I am running experimental Vulcan Flameseekers, and he is running, I believe, Dark Oath, which is some pretty interesting sauce. So if I click some buttons here, it should badoosh, and allow me to.
I am like so not prepared, unless I am lucky and that was the last list that I built. Nope, it's empty. It is empty. I'll have to rebuild it. 2 seconds.
And we're in TTS, so I managed to get that to work with a single flurry of clicks, seamlessly change it from full face cam to in the corner face cam. Can I move my little face? I can. Excellent. So the list I have been pondering is, I've played it once before. It went pretty well. But then I moved away from it for a little bit. But Eitan offered me a musings with it. Cool, run Sireny some more and see how that works because of her weird utility. And that's what I'm doing. So we've got some Sireny rocking out today. And typically, because I've got a whole bunch of points, I've got like 60 points for blessings, which means I could bless all of the scale breakers with +4 wounds. And I am still tempted to do that, like very tempted. But I could also bless practically the entire Warband with +1 crit instead. And that feels interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot. Right. Bless that one with might. Bless this one with might.
For the sake of experimentation, we are doing all crit today because I've run a fair few lists running all. So with the wounds, and the wounds are so good. Going to 16 wounds on scale breakers, they become just these unbelievable brawling threats. With +1 crit, they become spike masters. They one tap so many things. So we'll see what happens. This should be exactly 1,000. It is. I'm a legend.
This is so confusing.
Let's get down over to Phylax. What does he got?
How? So.
Okay, it's because the War Queen in TTS is the wrong War Queen. So you've been charged like an extra like a bajillion points because the Slaves of Darkness War Queen is like 75 points more expensive.
Right. Okay.
So if that's knocking you off, it's fine. Like
yes, that is 100% knocking me off. Okay, cool. So yes, so I have another. She's 190. She's meant to be 155. So I don't have 50 points. That's silly. Come on. So that's 15.
Sorry.
So it's 15 points for strength on her, 20 points for strength on her. So that's 35. And I'm 940, so 35, 975. So I've got 25 points. Okay. Sorry, continue.
Sorry. Aetherian has joined the stream. What Aetherian, who is a man who has faced the Flameseekers probably more often than anyone else, because whenever I search on TTS for a game, he pops up, and then the sound of sadness when dwarfs hit the table. So he would have said, hello, it's a lose-lose for the other guy, either way, in relation to wounds or crit. Because he's had a bad time with his Ossiarch being removed in droves by scale breakers and ignite.
That's a shame. I understand.
He played us yesterday as well, and like it was 2 stalkers who, as we all know, are very dangerous, and both got removed in 110, like simultaneously, like back to back, by like a Thane and like 1 scale breaker. Hey, Grumpy Guard, Vulcans, what a snack! Vulcans are beautiful. We love them. So what are your blessings in the end?
So,
Oh, plenty of might.
yeah,
And damage.
and
Oh,
he's not
4645. You filthy,
That's
filthy
is
bugger.
disgusting, isn't it?
For
I
205, that's filthy.
just want to check if I've got the maths correct.
They are terrifying.
And let me just put the blessings on. So it was might, and I am using the wonderful Warcry application.
By Yulain, our Lord and Savior Yulain.
Yep,
Love it.
it is very good at.
I'm still addicted to Warcry, but Warcrying is also pretty damn fantastic. Not gonna lie.
That is 1,000 on the dot.
Hey, there you go.
Kind of disgusting.
Oh,
Okay,
you've got
so-
9 man. How about numbered?
Yeah, 9 man. And
Oh, I love it. I love the thematic. Having 3 with axe, 3 with spear.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
it helps. Okay, so I will need to open this on a new tab so I can see. So put this here.
Toast, I found a nice piece that fits them nicely. Check this guy, the Liberator Prime with dual Sigmarite weapons. Bro is like 140 points. I'm well aware this guy is actually insane. I could, in this list, I couldn't take him because I don't have the points for it. But like replacing a Thane for a Liberator Prime is kind of like legit because they both do the same thing, which is like go in and just kick the living shit out of high wound elite targets, and the Prime does that on a double, and the Thane does that on a triple. So I can see the Liberator Prime being absolutely insane, especially with like T. He's still T5. He's 25 wounds. He's moving 4. Guy's crazy, and he goes to what 5.5.2. It'd be 5.5.2.5 for me anyway, because I'll bless him with crit. And when he's up against 25 wound guys, it's 5.5.5, just for the perfect round attack profile. Right, let's get some terrain drop down. Ziggy has been hard at work and added in so many new terrain maps. That boards are completely they are stacked with terrain like nearly all the time. It's so much fun.
That's sick.
It's like playing at Warhammer World. This one looks to be a standard one, but we'll slap it on. Nice heart of Gur. Yes, it's not quite as full as normal, but I love this. It's fairly symmetrical.
I'll take it.
You can still fit him for 8 man. Yes, you can. Yeah, it's like you take the Thane, the Drothmaster, the Liberator Prime, and then you can fill out and Scale Breakers. And I think we've still got blessings left over to, if mental maths works, they can fit in a few wound blessings or a bunch of crit blessings, and you're good to go.
I think you can do
all
liberators, and a dog for a 7 man. This is not exactly on topic, but speaking of liberators, I think you can do a 7 man with 6 liberators and a dog. That somehow feels decent.
Yeah.
Or I was doing my math wrong again, in which case.
One of the two. Nah, man, liberators are great. That's such a powerful piece. I think I was up against, I want to say 6 man. It was just all liberators, I think. It might have been 7 man. And it was hard. Like, even with like my ability to kill things that are tough, they hit hard. When they want to hit hard, they hit pretty hard. So I'm a big fan of War Libbies. Do you have a preference of mission, or are you okay doing some Path to Glory?
Let's do Path to Glory.
Hey.
I'll go for Honor.
Ooh, Honor. That's kill focused.
Yes.
Well, that's funny. Because that's what I'm picking too.
Okay.
Reaper's Tool. Here we go. What's the crack with this?
Okay. I should have maybe thrown in a bit of objective, but you know what? 100% kill sounds exactly up my alley.
At the end of each battle round, each player totals the points values of enemy fighters taken down in that battle round. The result is their blood tally.
Okay,
If
so
one
it's
player has a
Reaper.
higher blood tally, that player scores 1 point. That's just Reaper, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly Reaper. Love it. Classic. This is a classic mission from reworked from core. Oh, yes. Excellent. Well, let's roll some
Okay.
dice and see who sets it first, who gets red or blue. All that good shit. Oh, we get a 1. I get a... Oh, it's a battle of wits already.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I see.
Oh, no. You've turned it
6.
around.
You're rolling a 6 now.
Oh, God. The plot thickens. This is the stream.
Now in the middle.
This is the
Now
highlight.
you're rolling a 3.
Oh.
Roll a 3.
Ah, no.
Okay.
The pressure got
you
too much
can
for
play
us. I
first.
fumbled. Yep. Shabadoosh.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. 5. Roll a
Six.
5. That'll be funny.
Oh, no. It's happening again.
Warcry is an easy game if you're not rolling the same dice every round.
Here we
There
go.
you go. How would you
Um,
like me to be?
I think I'm okay being... It's very symmetrical. Like, we're both going to have like the potential of like deploying on a bridge or something, right? Which is kind of funny.
Mhm.
So I don't really think it massively matters. I'll be blue just because it's kind of like this deployment's facing me. So from turn 2 it'll make sense. Turn 1 will be confusing as fuck though.
So that's there. The hammer is here. Okay.
Cool. So I'm set first. So let's get these. So your hammer's facing me down. I can kill these guys with my one good guy in this deployment who can fight toe-to-toe with people. The rest are kind of pants. Okay, so we'll threat range for like what 6? I think a rush.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll like stand sort of like here. Yep. We'll have this like a bit of a. Who's coming in behind us? What's your turn to? Oh, Tanari. Okay. It's all scary things. It's all scary things all the time. We'll put like a rune load over here. In like support. There you go. You're a dagger.
Okay, cool. My dagger.
I need to remember that I've got crit and not wounds, so I can't be quite so blasé with my placement of them, because they'll just die. Ain't you brave? Okay.
Yeah, why not? It's all learning experience, isn't it?
Let's put these guys.
Did you answer the question on if you brought a Thane with you?
Oh shit! Wait, Toast, you didn't bring a Thane. I didn't. So I can fit a Thane in if I drop most of blessings. I can just replace the scale breaker with a Thane. That's fine. But I really wanted to try out going really blessing heavy on my dudes. So everyone bar the Rune Lord and Sireny are blessed with crit. So we're all damage all the time, and I'm relying potentially on triples being for like whips to get Sephania across the board. Blessings are all crits, 100% crits. I could easily fit in wounds on the scale breakers and like a crit on Sephania or something. But I went all crit everywhere. We're going all out on that. Just damage maxing to the extreme. Why are you up there for? Get down here. Little cheeky bastard. There you go. Right. Okay. So, kind of spooked. Kind of spooked, not gonna lie. This Slaughterborn, 4645, that is a profile.
A wild profile, isn't it?
Yep. Did Cyrony get
mine
might? No. I don't tend to bless my wizards with +1 strength, because going to strength 4 nearly never matters. Because average toughness is 4, and there's nearly always some terrain blocking you, so they're going to strength 5. They're going to toughness 5 anyway. Therefore, you blessing 15 points to go to strength 4 means nothing. So I tend not to do that. If she was base strength 4, going to strength 5 is a big difference. 3 to 4, I am not quite so convinced in the mathing there. So
the reason he doesn't care is because he rolls 6s, so it doesn't really matter what the strength is because he rolls 6s.
That's true. Yeah. And Cyrony is a 3/7 wizard, one of the very few 3/7s.
Yep, can take down a 10 wound fighter with a hit and a crit.
Yep, and she has 3 shots in activation, 3 shots in action as well, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
She's a spicy fucker. She's like a mini Slan for like 100 points less. It's great. Cool. Let's drop these deployments and roll for our initiative dice. Good luck, sir.
Good luck.
2 doubles, 2 singles. That is the kind of roll I like to see.
Double and 4 singles.
You are definitely going first.
Yeah, I guess. Let's see.
Sorry for lots of questions, but I'm still trying to fit Cyrony and her squad to my squid to my playstyle. Dude, ask away. It's what the stream is for. Ask as many questions as you want. And yeah, I think Cyrony is such like I think I was dabbling with Elithane and Tamiel inside of this framework, and it works pretty darn well as well. Theoretically, the Idoneth Deepkin are awful, but their Bladeborn are legitimately really good. And I think Cyrony is a really good shout of order at the minute. She's really strong.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, I see what you're doing there. Okay, you can get some movement actions going off, getting popped off. Probably.
Possibly. You know, the nice thing is that I only have 5 abilities, so it's not even that much. And 2 of them are 2 of them are triples, 1 of them's a quad, and then 3 of them are doubles. So
yeah.
What
Okay.
are you doing? You saving?
I will bank because I don't actually have access to any triples at this point. They are off the table. So
Okay.
and 2 should be enough to table you on turn 1. What?
Okay. You say so. Oh, you probably can. They don't seem particularly strong. Okay, so you can go first, obviously.
That's fair. Rune Lord will wait.
I see.
Classic turn 1. Oh, wait. Followed by the counter wait.
Yep.
Rune Lord is going to move cautiously forward. Threat range of 5, 6 tops if you want to be a bit spicy with that rush. There you go.
Okay. Sorry, let me remind myself very quickly. Coming in round 2.
It feels so refreshing playing Reaper.
Yep.
Just a super basic kill mission. I love it. Ooh.
Okay.
That's what I do. How dare you?
Yeah, but look at who's coming in. Which, I'll be honest, I didn't do it on purpose.
Drothmaster, look at the shot. It's fine.
No. If you fall back and you try to go for my shield to try and drown them, that's the only model that can do unlimited bonus attacks.
That's fine. She'll die in one activation. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm in no rush to fight Tanari though. And also, she's not the only model. All Gorgas can do it. Actually, if you must know.
What, unlimited bonus attacks?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the quad. It's not a triple.
Fair.
But it's the quad, yeah.
I understand that because the Gorgers are slightly scarier than Tanari.
A little bit. Okay. I think I'm okay just like fucking moving up and just being like, "Sup, bro? What you going to do? We'll stand right in the center and just aggressively posture. I am the Rune Father. And you are merely bitches."
I see. Could you imagine if the Slaughterborn could actually... This fucking... Is his base small enough to go through that? I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Okay. Do I need to be within a certain distance for the Rally Tribes?
6.
6 inches. Okay. So... Activate that.
I've got a question, right? You know Gunnar Brand, right? Awesome model.
Yep.
I personally prefer it to Nari just because going apeshot on one guy feels more satisfying than going apeshot on a lot of guys in my little lizard brain. I can't not see John Bracken for some reason when I look at Gunnar Brand. Is that just me?
No, I see where you're coming from.
if John Bracken was in Warcry, it'd be Gunnar Brand. That's my conspiracy theory.
And I can't do an ability right in between. That's fine. Okay. Ay. Apologies. I'm going through the wording, trying to see what I can actually do with this.
People move. It's great.
Friendly fighter. Does she have the warrior rune mark? I'm gonna guess she doesn't. No, she does not.
No.
Okay. So,
Panically check the Slaughterborn. Does he have it too? No, thank God for that.
no, can you imagine?
I know, right?
That would be, yeah, that would not be good for you. Okay, so let's think about it.
Relentless aggression. It's the only way to go. I feel like this guy standing here is completely just like baffled, like your entire turn one game plan. It's like I wasn't expecting him to be
much.
there.
Yeah, because
What do I do now?
My problem is that I know that this is here so that you can bring your little fuckers over here to gunk me up, and I don't really feel it.
I'm not here to gung things up. I'm here to kill things. Get points for Reaper.
Well, the thing is, right?
There
I
is no
can
gun.
get and do an attack.
How? I put a 6 in. Why was that smaller? Fuck's sake. Hit the wrong button. You can.
So,
That was just me fucking up there.
and I'm kind of feeling that I should, but then I don't have my stupid chat. I gotta chat.
Chat said do it. It's charging. Be brave.
That's not what chat said.
They did. I get
Why?
they did. Look, check in 2 seconds. Look, check now. Okay.
Chat, let us know. Should I?
There you go.
Should we brawl in the middle or?
Chat said
That's
charging.
you. I don't want to charge him.
I'm part of chat. Don't segregators remove me from my own chat.
Oh, okay.
I fully expect to get one tapped with that guy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not happy about it.
No, because even with the full force, it's not gonna happen. So
Grumpy Guard said do it.
he did. So
Blouse King's uppy said no balls, go face.
Okay, so what we're gonna do? Is there a way? No, there isn't a way. There is no way. Okay. Wonderful. This guy is gonna move 8
Cool.
to get here. Whoa. Sorry, chat.
Three. Should be fine. That's him done. Oh, her done. That's the female one.
Yellowbreaker's T4. Okay. This one's gonna move 4 over here. Well, okay. Let's not fuck about with your movement. So 2, 2.
Okay. Unsurprisingly, we go to the middle. We can't go much further. What's your movement? You can use a trick and triple. Doesn't fucking matter. You have the movement.
I do have the movement.
Although, yeah, he's not speared, so he has to do that. We'll go here.
Okay.
If only I had my 3 scale breakers in shield. Not going to lie, they would kill all of this in about a turn and a half. Alas, it's down to the Drothmaster. He's not quite as good. Or as efficient, I should say. Are you doing big where?
Yes.
Let's go.
So this one's gonna move 4.
Mm-hmm.
Spot on there. This one's gonna move 4, which is here. This one's gonna move 4, which is here. This one's gonna just come here.
The hammer
Now,
time is
you
definitely
could-
not in my favor.
You could place them here, but that's, you know.
I mean, one's a movement 5 elf, so here is completely fine.
Or deployments. And yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the second action. I should have waited for the first action then, but I think that was a bit more than 4, so let's just call it a day.
Yeah, okay. We'll go like here. Over to you.
I'm gonna wait with this Marauder. Hasn't actually done the actions yet.
Sure. Zephania. Zephania. Yeah, sure. We'll go here.
Okay.
That should be fine.
So that's all yours?
That's me all done.
Lovely. Okay, so this one is gonna go right here.
I am absolutely fine with that.
Go right here. What's your? Love to see it. Okay, cool. And this
You have
one
no
is
idea
gonna-
how okay I am with that. Because if he dies, oh, the good times start flowing.
One action's not gonna save you.
One action is going to be the difference between you being tabled and being tabled one turn earlier. Just you wait.
Okay. Right. Awesome. Okay, that's round 1 done. No one scores.
Yep. Nope. Round 2.
Yep. Let's. Okay. I thought it was a 666, and I was like, you guy.
If that was a 666, my god, the amount of pain you'd be in from a quad coming straight into your face. Oh, beautiful.
Okay.
Cool. So I have initiative, which is all well and good.
Do you? I do.
Oh my god, you do. That's right.
So I'm gonna make a 555. Call it a day.
That's a
Sorry,
4.
444.
Do I want a quad? Is the question that'll be asked and answered in a few seconds.
Good question.
It's a pretty good question, like. Honestly, not really. Not going to lie. Not that fussed by the quad. I would make a 666 though.
Yeah. Don't love it, but I understand.
I'll even make a double.
Okay.
I'm going all out. We're big dicking. Sweet. So you're deploying first.
All right. So.
Please launch her here. I want to experience it. I want to experience just the 5, 10, 15, 20, potential 25 attacks that go off in this ball.
I would
I
love to,
need
but
it.
that's not happening. That's not
Why
happening
not?
to a bunch of unactivated dwarves. If you would like to wait with all of them,
I will
that you have no
gentlemanly agreement not counter on any of them.
oh, you can counter if you want, but like, it's a clapback that I'm not happy with.
It's all die.
So-
It's fine.
That's me deployed.
Okie dokie. Like 5 inch net. Sweet. I think we're body block. Irony. The best we can. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. She's got range 2?
Okay.
She does have range 2. Excellent. Oh, it's beautiful. Cool.
Wonderful.
I'll accept that.
Let's begin. I do have to start here.
You don't have to.
I kind of have to. 4 attacks hitting on 3s.
Yeah, I'll tank it.
Oh, okay, sure. I don't think you will. I think that's 8. Oh, no, you will. That's 10, 18 damage.
Don't you doubt my powers. Down 2.
Okay.
I didn't even waste a counter. That's how how clairvoyant I was there. I will live, but he will hit all of his attacks. Do you want to do it again?
Do it. Let me tell you.
Do it.
It's a double. Yeah, go on.
Hey. I will do nothing.
Oh. Don't like it. Do not like it. Do not like it.
Disengage.
It wouldn't be a terrible idea. What's your range of that one? Oh, fuck it. Attack! Yeah.
Oh no. I use grudge bearers.
Yep. That's fair.
Anyone,
However,
anywhere gets to do an attack action.
However, I'm gonna use my double 5 for a display of brutality.
I mean, that's fine, but that's
nope.
after my reaction.
Is it slow? Oh, I can do that. Okay, yeah, no, sorry.
How dare you?
Oh no, I need to do a vow fulfilled at the start, not at the end. Okay, never mind.
Feel free to just do it.
Do it retroactively.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Grumpy got to avenge him. Avenge him.
Yeah, it's just gonna go up in toughness. Gonna go toughness 5. But I need space for that. So okay. That was the whole point of like actually attacking was how do I yeah, thank you. Let's do that.
Cool.
Okay.
So grudge bearers. I have so many options, it's actually kind of painful to think about.
Is it just attack or move or attack?
Move or attack.
Move or attack. There you go.
So
you have a lot of options.
I've got so many options, it's kind of crazy. Low-key attempts to fire with Ceremony and just try and pop this little twat.
Okay.
Could move this guy up a little bit. Get in range for a swing in a wee bit. I don't know. Move some dwarfs down, get ready for some shit.
You just need to decide what you're doing.
Theoretical 3 to here. Yeah, just out to be able to attack. Okay. I think I am going to pop a Sireny.
Okay.
For a bit of fun.
Sure.
Actually, no. Fuck it. No, this guy's going up here. I've given up on that already. We're getting a free move on the Rune Father.
Fair enough.
Try and take this guy out at some point. Toughness means nothing when you're a Flameseeker. So, my activation. What the fuck do I want to do here? I mean, Tenaya can do whatever she wants. It's fine. Okay. I am going to start with the Irony
Okay.
of the Abyss, as she is more commonly known. And it dawned on us that Hammer Tide is actually really awkward to use. I said, oh, that's a massive straight line. Hammer Tide, lol. But I've got to target a corner, which means I would need. Let's get this actual corner. I would need to stand slightly to
There.
the side.
Yep. And even then, like, let me remember what it does. Hammer Tide. Cannot jump, fly, or climb.
It's the
which
damage.
would do.
It's just the damage.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, fair.
That's a lot of potential damage on a bunch of guys.
Oh, that's the 666, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'll do that. I'll move like side to the side, and I'm just gonna like blast a Hammer Tide down this flank, and just go boom, boom, boom. They can't jump, climb, whatever. Not that they'll want to. But now they take 6 dice worth of damage, I believe.
Yes. Do you roll for each of them?
I do. So front to back. So Marauder A takes
Oh, that's
3 damage.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Marauder B takes 6 damage.
That's oof.
Marauder C takes 4 damage.
4 damage. Okay.
This is really satisfying, not gonna lie. Marauder War Queen. Marauder War Queen takes 3 damage. That was really satisfying. Like
Pretty good damage.
3,
Yeah.
9, 13,
No.
16 damage ain't bad in a triple, not gonna lie.
No, not at all.
Then she's gonna blast this guy in the face with a regular wizard bolt.
Go for it.
Hitting you on 5s. 1 crit. Doosh. Nope, nothing.
Wonderful.
I'm okay with that.
We're gonna go with this. The War Queen.
Walking time.
She's gonna move 4 and rally the tribes.
Oh, I love it.
Oh,
Send
it's
them in.
called? Yeah.
Send them
So-
in. They'll fall to the Wrathmaster one by one. Just
4,
gets whipping. Whoosh, whoosh.
4,
Mm-hmm.
4, and then wait, yeah, 3. Okay, and then move another 4.
Sexy. It's time.
Okay.
It is time. It's so time. Drothmaster goes. Gonna swing at this little goober.
All right. What's your strength? We're
4.
gonna. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? 3 dice, 2, 5. We're gonna. I don't like this. Give me 1 second. .4. That's a bit too far. Wait, what's your range? You have range 3?
Yep.
Okay, fuck it. We'll counter the first one,
Sounds
which is
good to
probably
me.
going to be the last one as well.
Hopefully. Nope, you take 2.
Okay. All right.
I'll
And
do
we're
it
gonna leave
again.
the second one.
That's fine. That's 6.
Okay, so now we react with Glorious Death. Gain a double with a value of 1.
Cool.
So that can go here. And this one is dead.
But we're not done. I mean, I think we're done. We're not done.
Yep.
Create a flame. We're whipping the squid. Squid's coming in.
Go for it.
Whee!
Oh, that is not where I wanted this squid to come in.
What's up, baby? We've got the squid. Squid
Don't like
reinforcements.
that.
8
Don't like
attacks.
that. Yeah,
Prepare for the 24 attacks this turn.
Isn't it T5? Yeah, you're hitting on 5s.
I think everything on 5s is fine. I'm only strength 3. Swing! This is 1/3 of my true power. That's 5.
Is it 1/3? Yeah, that's 5. Okay, cool. 12. Wonderful.
I have 16 more to go. Worry not.
Okay. You know what's funny now? I kind of want to fuck up your squid.
Do it.
No, Sereni's right there. The joys of TTS is Venn diagrams. I don't think I can do this.
Not in 1 move action, no. But 2 maybe, because that's where you need to be. To spear and not be whipped.
Why would I do that? There I'm outside. It's Sereni that we don't. Sereni that we dislike. So. Nah, I'm gonna get whipped anyway. So.
Yeah, you've got to be because it's
There.
past this point to do it.
And we're gonna do an attack.
Go for it. 4-3-1-3. I am T3.
3-3-1-3.
Is it 3-3? Oh my god.
Yeah, because it's spear.
It's a spear.
So hitting on 4s.
Mm-hmm. Oh baby.
Get in there. That is 7 damage.
It's fine. See, Phylax has the TTS look. I have real life look. There's no real crossover with that. It's okay. We'll take them. Cool. Let's send some dwarfs in. This bastion will hold whilst reinforcements arrive. Very slowly, because we're dwarves. But we'll get there. Give it time. At least 2 more turns. I've got 10 for squid. Hey, squid hasn't activated yet. Yeah, I've got 10 for squid.
Hold up. It only now fucking dawned on me.
Yeah, 2 free moves and free attack.
Yeah.
It's like one of the best triples in the game. It's amazing.
You haven't even done your actual attacks.
No, I've got 16 more attacks to go.
Yeah.
He gets 24 attacks a turn.
That is sadly correct. Okay. That is a thing that has happened. And it now makes me sad. Right. Was that just your 2 moves, yeah?
Yeah, 2 moves.
All right. Lovely. So, I can move around to here. Wait,
That's moving directly through somebody.
Yeah, I know, but that's also 3 instead of 4. So, like, I can just... Like, 1.2... And then... 4.
Only just. I'll allow it.
So we'll spear stuff in there.
Hit on 5s. T5 squid.
T4 squid, but that's still,
T4. That's what I meant in my brain. Out loud, it came out wrong.
5. Okay, I just need the same roll. Please and thank
Yeah,
you.
more or less.
Nope, that's not the same roll.
The squid is immortal.
Worse. That's terrible. Should go with the first plan.
Dorf. Be Dolphin. In hindsight, he hasn't. In hindsight, I should have moved him this way, actually, with his free move, but it is what it is. I hadn't solidified my plan of attack yet. So this wasn't intended until, like, a Hail Mary flung the squid in. On a whim.
I genuinely thought it would be easier to get to you with all these bonus attacks, but I didn't move in, and that was my mistake. Right. So.
The trick was to brawl in the middle and surround us on all sides. Instead, now you're surrounded on all sides, and death is coming for you.
Yeah. Yeah, sure it is actually.
Hindsight do be 2020 though.
Mm.
Because again, I had no plan for that at all. I was like, I'll put them there, see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. So this one is gonna.
Ooh,
Get you here.
that does slow me down slightly. Because I can't just go this way now. I've got to go disengage. That's just too slow. I can't be fucked with that. Cool. I'm going to hit him in the head with a stick. So, Scalebreaker. Stick to head.
Yep.
Prepare to die. Hit you on 4s, I assume. Yeah, T4.
Yes.
Swing for 2 whole damage.
Love to see it.
So, I'm not going to lie. My dice have been awful so far. I would like to get a hit.
They've not been great. Yeah. But I feel like I need it.
Ignite weapon. Ignite weapon!
You
Get
son of a bitch.
fucked.
Yeah,
completely wasted. That's fucking 10 fucking damage.
That's 8. No, 6, 4, 10. Yes, correct. Okay, that's fine. That was a
okay. So she was flexing so hard, that she was like, "I'm going to ignite weapon, but I don't even fucking need it."
Yep. So Tanari is gonna come over here, and we're gonna use the double to
Oath of murder.
Murder oath. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And hope for the best.
Rune Father says prepare to die. Swings in.
Okay.
4 times. Hit on 4s.
Yep.
I assume I got the right one.
Nope.
I did, yes. Hit on 4s.
No, hitting on 5s. Tanari is
T4.
Oh no, Tanari is T4. It's
Yes.
Warcry that's T5. My bad.
So swing. Come on, dice. Come on now.
Lovely.
Come on now.
That's lovely. Okay, right. So we're gonna.
Chat, I'm not one to complain about dice. Come on now. Squid better fucking pop off, I'm telling you. I was saving that double for an onslaught to get a smooth 19 attacks off.
Is that within range? No, I don't. Yeah, no, it isn't. That's a shame. Okay, let's put it over here.
Yeah. Blau King, saving for the squid, I see. Ton of 6s. Fucking better be. It doesn't take much to pop the War Queen at that wound level, so like I'm hopeful. Not gonna lie. And we've got a lot of things like in range to fuck things up next turn. I think next turn will be quite interesting.
Yeah, next turn is gonna suck.
It's gonna be for both of us. Shit's dying everywhere. It's gonna be great.
Okay, so
I want to fast. It's my go. I want to fast roll, but like I might kill you in one, so I'm not going to. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
Go for it. Well, so you
fucking sweet. That's 6. You're half dead, bro.
What?
We're halfway there.
That's not gonna happen again.
We're living on a prayer.
Nah.
Oh baby.
All right.
That you just fucking 6. Let's go.
That's exactly.
Get fucked, War Queen. Killed by a fucking squid.
Oh, you're so. Oh, you're such a bad person. Okay. I'm gonna put this one right here.
Yep.
Or actually, no, I can't fit through, so it has to be there. These marauders are gonna not see the light of the end of the next round, so that's gonna be fun. Sick. Okay, right.
Oh, there's so many things. Oh, I'm genuinely excited for like this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's gonna be interesting.
So I scored a point because I got way more points.
You did, yeah. Yeah, you did. You killed 3. I killed 1. 115 versus 330. Yeah, that's almost 3 times the points.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't honestly, right? I would have been fine if the War Queen lived because that would have been just a huge injection of points next turn. But now she's wasted
Yeah, that's true.
because I'd already won the turn with those 2 kills, so it was a bit of a waste. But it shuts down mobility tricks. It shuts down like a 5/5 2/4, right? So
Yeah.
there's pros and cons. Oh baby, oh shit, oh it's happening.
Oh no.
Oh, you're so fucked.
I
You're
really
so
am.
unbelievably fucked this turn.
I wish I wasn't, but I am.
Oh, just you love to see this result. And I'm spending first, right? Oh, and you've got no wild dice.
I've got one.
You can either take it. You can force a roll off. I guess I'm okay with that. We're quadding.
You know what the what? Wait. Okay, delete activation tokens. So. Come on. Show me what I want to see.
There's no thing for the 6s. There is a Sireny for her range nuke. There's also for the quad. But yes, the Thane in this list, actually with those 6s, could quite reliably one-tap a Tanari with like 10 attacks plus the Berserk Rampage. Timed in a way where you would kill her with a Berserk Rampage, which can't react. That would be the ideal scenario for it. But we'll sell for the quad. Grumpy God. Quad is also pretty good. Sexy. So I'll go first.
Yeah.
This guy's going to go.
I'm aware.
He's going to get swinging.
Okay.
Do you wish to react?
No.
That's 9.
Okay.
I do it again. Do you wish to react?
No.
That's 2. That's less impressive. What we on? So I was 11 overall.
So that's I'm down to 14 now.
Okay. Aspect of the scale.
I can tell you what to do with that, but you won't like it.
6 dice hitting on 2s. Every 2 plus is 3 damage.
Right. What?
Dude, you're playing Flameseekers. Everything we do is raw, unbelievable, disgusting damage.
I thought it was like everything that isn't the same role.
Dude, that's a triple. That's our triple.
That is disgusting.
It sounds like a quad.
Okay, let's go for it.
Oh, Grumpy Card says wait.
3 damage.
I can't wait. I must kill. On average, you die. That's 15.
That's...
Doosh.
That is... Okay, cool. Well, I get a... What do I get?
Nothing. Because you can't react.
I get something.
You can't react.
Oh, no! Oh, no, you're right! Okay, yeah, that's right.
You know what I said? So, if you know, on that podcast we did the other day where I said that I love direct damage abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's that actually, you know what? That was so good that I'm actually like all the way through to the other side and I'm not mad anymore.
Grumpy Guard, he is
right.
actually a Drothful Great Axe. He gets 4 attacks. He does crit damage 5. He's blessed with crit. Yeah. I can see what, I can see the confusion for the crit 5, assuming that I'll be hitting you on with the Bakars. And I normally take the Bakars. That's the Great Axe. And now he's only T4, hence why I sit on 4s. The War Queen's T5. Hope that clears it all up. Over to you, good sir. Okay, that quad never gets old, ever. It's just like, it's so sexy. I've had Scale Breakers double tap into a Mega Boss, then pop the quad and kill them. Like, anything dies to it. It's so good.
That is fair, because it is a melee. I was thinking at least I'm gonna get a triple, right? But nope.
Nope.
We don't even get the triple.
People
Right.
people underestimate
Marauder.
things like that. Direct damage
Yeah.
negates.
I
all,
didn't even know
all the
that was a
actions.
thing.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
so good.
right. I'm gonna come in. 3 attacks hitting on.
I am
4.
going to use Fade from Memory on the move action. You cannot target Sirene because there's another legal target within range. She's invisible to you right now. I never get to use this. It's like
Okay.
it's
Right.
just bullshit
Yeah,
after
that's fair.
bullshit.
It's just on him, so that's
It is
fine.
It is.
Uh,
It's just one less
so-
attack. I'm just don't want to get hit by like 3 guys.
Yeah.
Basically.
No, that's fine. So we're gonna hit the Droth Master then. So we're hitting on 5s then.
Yeah, it's T4. T4.
All right.
Beautiful.
Nope. Yep.
Cool. Sirene is in danger, so she's going to like legit just walk away. Just to reduce the amount of attacks that go into her. And I think make it impossible for them both to do attacks. She can't do anything because she reacted, so that's it done.
Okay. The Marauder's gonna come in
Oh lordy.
and do his attacks. So hitting on 4s.
Mhm.
Oh, I need to roll 1 more die.
That's 2.
2 and
3.
3.
That's okay. Okay, Drothmaster will go. Drothmaster's going to swing at the wounded Marauder. Just try and take him out. 3 attacks. Hitting on 4s. Only 2. The lack of Ignite this game, because I've not been using it, is... I feel it every time. Let's swing again. That's 4 overall. Come on now.
Okay. Right, so this Marauder is gonna come over here.
Oh, he's got a spear, of course. I forgot about the spear.
Kurgan,
Silly me.
and 3 attacks hitting on 4s.
Silly me.
That's another 3.
That's okay. Oh, we can Squid Max. Sweet. Squid. The value of having movement speed. We attack.
Yeah, that's true.
8 attacks, hitting you on 5s. Squid! Nice.
That
That's-
should work.
That's 5.
That's 5, yeah.
By the way, Toast, what made you change the Runefather from Bakaz to Axe? Used him a few times and he seemed a bit more natural, but I'm curious to your reason. So typically, I take the Bakaz because I want to have a high strength value thing. However, because I was specifically buffing people's crit in this list, having another like 3x 2/6 profile, he feels a bit like a overpriced scale breaker at that point. With the extra attack, it becomes like a 4/4/2/5 with the blessing, because I was going to bless him anyway with that, and it allows him to do a bit more damage output against chaff. Basically, is the idea. I think both work absolutely fine. I typically prefer the Bakaz. I am trying to use the Great Axe more often, though. The extra attack does sometimes come into play. Because the worst thing that happened with the Bakaz is it doesn't happen often, but if you roll your 3 dice sitting on 3s, there's a much higher chance of rolling 3 hits and wasting Ignite. It is much less likely to happen with 4 attacks, regardless of strength, for that to happen. So it helps with Ignite too, a little bit. Over to you, Seb. Sorry.
I don't even know at this point. Do we just run away? Great. No,
Sounds good to me.
over there. Right, okay. You've got range 5. That is upsetting. You've got range 5 with them. I don't think I can get to your flame rune lad, so just gonna go back and wait.
So I'm going to point out, right? You know, last time we streamed together, it was a beautiful time. You mentioned that when you play Khorne Bloodbound, when you run away, or even think about running away, Khorne abandons you. Turn 1. Actually, turn 2. Sorry. You considered running away with him. At that moment, the gods abandoned you. At that moment, the thought of cowardice and not getting the last hit on the Rune Lord, fate was sealed.
No, I should have left. I should have left the Rune Lord, then went in and got nosed by killing that one, and then just kind of moved more towards this. I genuinely thought that I had enough lads here to get you. If this was not a long deployment and it was just like a circle, this would be very different. But it's, I always get this with Flameseekers. Like I don't know what it is about them, but I just underestimate the damage, overestimate my rolls. Like it just doesn't really work. It never works like I hoped it would. So also here I kind of focused too much on the Serenity. So
yeah, I mean her turn 2 Hammer Tide was low-key beautiful. Like legit loved that.
It was good. Yeah.
And the whip was really good. I think as per I haven't actually gotten into combat much with actual Flameseekers. Like I've had one chance to ignite and it was on him and I didn't require it because I fucking missed. So I hit all my attacks, it didn't matter. So the actual damage output from the Drothmaster has been like insignificant. This guy did okay, and obviously he popped off the Warcry, right? The squid did a lot of work.
No, the squid and the Drothmaster and Sephenir are doing a lot of work.
It's good. The squid is really good. I've grown fond of it. The trick, of course, is to only use it because I used it once prior and I ran it into like skeletons who hadn't reacted yet, so it got countered to death. So obviously the solution is to not do that until it waits to activate, then send the squid in, and then like get your 24 to 26 attacks off unimpeded.
Yeah.
From a 10-inch range, it's 11-inch threat nuke. From anywhere on because the whip's board wide, so you can whip them from anywhere to go 11 inches anywhere, and say, "Cool, just take 24 dice." Like, have fun with that. It'll kill most things. Like, it'll do insane damage to most things.
Right, Mister.
But my go right. So let's throw an axe. We're going to double axe.
Does you want to come closer?
Not even a little bit. You can come close to me though. I'm okay with that. That is 3 damage.
Okay. Right.
Come a little bit closer, you're my kind of man. Hey, here comes the big lad.
Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Okay.
So now we'll conjure the spirits of the magma droth to give us another quad 6 and initiative next turn. That's all we need, right?
You're in trouble.
Fucking, let's go. Nice. Can she?
How are you 1.9 there? Oh, you know what? It is what it is.
He can't, so that's fine. We're going to swing in. Swing in, raw dog it. Hit you on 4s. F5s. You're not T5s. Hit you on 5s.
Yeah, I am T5. Not that that's gonna.
Only I had a double. Sexy. That is 8 damage.
Yeah.
Crunch.
Fucking scale breakers, man.
That would have been 14 damage with a ignite.
Yeah,
to point
that's
out.
all of mine. So just get your
Sexy.
other boy in.
He's going to go 3 here.
Okay,
Throw an axe.
go for it.
For nothing.
All right.
I think that's me all
I'm
done.
not
now.
even. Yeah, it's the same. I'm not even. We're just moving on to the next one because I want. Yes. Yes. Oh
Well-
no! Actually, you roll. You roll.
Ooh.
You roll.
I just want
wanna see
initiative. I just want initiative. I don't get any more. I'll do
I
it.
know that's the problem. So.
We take initiative. We lock that shit in.
I am so upset.
And now we take it to Pound Town.
I'm making the quad. I don't care.
Cool.
Hmm.
We're going to take it to Pound Town with a scale breaker, just out of like pure spite.
Okay.
So this scale breaker who's in combat with you.
Yep.
Here we go, lads. Now this is a degree of cockiness I don't recommend because this could go very wrong. But it's funny, so we're going to do it anyway. Ignite weapon, naturally.
Yep.
Hit on 5s.
Understandable.
That is 8.
Another 8. Okay, cool. So I'm down to 4.
We'll swing again. I need a 6. There we go. That's 8 again. Boom, boom, boom. Consistency.
The
The
fighter
skill-
can make this reaction after they're targeted by an attack action, after the hit rolls have been made. Roll a dice for every critical hit. On a 4+, that critical hit becomes a hit instead.
I am going to point out sequencing. It won't work
Why?
because
Ignite weapons isn't for both.
of course.
Fucking don't give me a heart attack like that. Right.
You
I
would
just
still
need
die
a-
though.
No. Oh yeah.
It's
'cause
still 4 damage.
It's still 4 damage. Yep. That's fine. That's fine.
Reliability
No,
is a skill breaker way.
no,
We're
no,
done.
no, it's fine. I didn't want to play with any of my toys.
You killed my
It's
Rune
fine.
Lord.
I'm gonna do more now.
Look
Right.
at this death pile. It's beautiful. Look at all the dead war queens and slaughter.
This marauder is gonna bonk Sereni on the head with blade
Counter.
weapons. Okay, yeah, I'll take 3, and you take 3.
You actually
And
get
I'm
another
gonna do
attack
it again.
because you get 4 attacks.
Oh shit, yeah, you're right.
Take 2 damage.
Oh. Thank you, lovely, wonderful. We're gonna do it again.
I'll do it again as well.
Awesome.
Nice.
Why
You take
not?
3.
Yep, there we go. No, I take 4, and
Oh.
you take 1.
Nice.
And you know what we're gonna do now? We're
Rampage?
gonna rampage.
Rampage of
'Cause I'm
Marauder.
on 1 wound.
One crit. I'll live on 2. This is the way. Have you voodoo do this again? Maybe.
About halfway through.
But half. I was like,
Yeah,
I'm sick. I'm sick of rolling only misses. I'm going to voodoo them now. Invoke Ziggy, and
Yeah, he sent
like
he sent
actually,
like a cool hundo over at the coffee, and
Yeah.
suddenly the rolls are rolling around.
fulfill the promise. I'm going to table him. This lad swings in here. Hit you on 4s.
Okay.
Dead. Ignite weapon swings here. I believe it's guaranteed dead no matter what. That's 15 damage.
Well, I get another double. So we're gonna react. Don't have
What's in-
enough people to use it, but you know.
So what's impressive is that Sireny, the Drothmaster, and the Squid killed the entire like
Six.
two
Yeah,
two
six of them.
almost two full deployment groups by themselves.
No, not almost. A full deployment, 2 full deployment groups.
No, because the slaughter bond was over here. He was part of this one.
Yeah, but it was 5 of them.
Yeah, because it was 2 from here
Oh, it
came
was
down.
5 of them.
It was 2
sorry,
from here
I
and
thought
all
it was
these.
5. Yeah.
Yeah, and the slaughter bond over here.
It was 5 of them total, not 5 thingies. Yeah, dislike this.
Over to you.
Uh,
Are you going to run away?
can I? No.
Yes.
Oh, fuck you, buddy. Okay. No, you know what? No, we're gonna wait.
Going down with style.
Oh, god damn it. It's here. I know that I'm 5 away from you, so I'm just gonna come here and try this one. We are
You
going...
even got some doubles.
Yeah, I know, right? So 5 dice.
Yep.
Hitting 5s.
Yeah, T4.
Right. Come on. No,
I take 1.
Not one damage. I hate Flameseekers.
This guy throws an. This guy throws an. Yeah, he's out of range. Never mind. I was going to throw axes at you. He's going to throw axes at you.
Why?
It's fun.
Why throw axe?
Throw axes. You take 4.
Okay.
Then he's going to move 0.1. Throw an axe. Nope. And then Rune Father will swing in with his actual weapon. 4 dice. Hit on 4s. For 5.
Yep, that'll do it.
Splat. And that's game. I score the final point.
Yep.
That didn't go how I expected.
I didn't go how you expected.
Usual like taunting toast bravado to distract people. Put that aside. Didn't go how I expected. I didn't expect the slaughter button to go over here. I assumed it would be coming over here or joining down here. That happening went in my favor so hard because then there was no threats here.
That was too far. Yeah.
I mean, these could redirect down here, go up here.
Yeah, it's the bit that I don't like about it's the bit that I don't like about stuff like that, which is like I don't like playing 9 or 10 man warbands because I am really bad at dealing with chaff and like not just sending it all to its death. Because like they will do like 1 to 5 damage around, and that
Couldn't even kill Sereni with like 5 of them. And like, yes, but like positioning was the problem. But I just hate playing like that. I hate it.
It was a tricky one.
That's Slaughterborn.
He's spooky.
4-5. Oh, but the 20 wounds is just not doing him any favors.
No, against a dedicated killy thing, he's likely going to go down, like potentially before he swings, and almost certainly if he gets a swing in and doesn't get a kill. Guys, like in real trouble.
Yeah, that's not a thing that I'm worried about.
And the other issue with him, which is the issue with most things in Warcry, granted, is that he has no mobility built in, so he struggles to actually get across the board to do his damage.
Yeah.
So he can't charge. He doesn't have any sort of like bonus move actions. He's in chaos, so you can't even like cheat it in very effectively.
Look at these rolls, bro.
This is me 10-1 and 10-2. I love it.
Wow.
There we go.
I was gonna say, like, that's not. Yeah, that would be like 9 damage.
It's kind of spicy. That's almost as much damage as a skill breaker, just swinging in.
Where's the flip table button?
Yeah, that was a good game. Dark Oath are interesting warband. I think they're deceptively hard to play is their issue, because they've got the movement tricks, they've got the numbers, they've got some pretty strong like beaters. But they are still like mostly like 10 wound guys, and all your damage is tied up in your characters. And like Flameseekers like to brawl, right? Like this little blob here.
Yeah.
I would have happily had like a War Queen, the Slaughterborn, a War Queen, and a bunch of. Would have loved that just to start swinging away, having a good time.
The frustration, yeah, that's exactly. So, this is exactly the conversation that we have all the time about Warcry being a simple game. There is no way. So, you get your dwarves together. It's the same thing with Stormcast. Like, if you're playing Stormcast and you're kind of struggling, your guys are dying, that's because you send them in by themselves. Stormcast need overlap, so that they need to have cover, right? Especially if you have the range 2 big hammers, or if you add a little kind of protector in there with the 3-inch range, or the spear. The whole point is that you need to have a couple so that you can bring things down reliably, and they can cover each other, and kind of like one of them can disengage, the other one can engage. Suddenly your opponent has to like work around all of that.
Like if you look at this, right? Like so I've put the
I
one
don't want
inch
to look at that.
on the Runefather, right? The 1 inch on the Runefather. So the only safe place you can stand and not get hit by 2 of them is if your base was small enough to fit in there, which is impossible. So you are getting hit by at least 2 if you've got a 1 inch range. If you've got a 2 inch range,
well, 1.
Okay, yeah, you can stand there for 1. Sorry, yeah, that's true.
But that's still like a tiny, yeah.
Yes, there's very small places you can stand. And he's still swinging. At least one of these guys is swinging. And then these guys get to just do a single move. Because bearing in mind that all their damage comes from igniting. So them double swinging isn't that much of an issue.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Move in one swing is typically like,
I mean, crit 6 is not to fuck with. As I found out when I blessed my spear boys, my spear dwarves, up to 6. So that's
would you
that's
spend
the same profile.
30 points more? Okay.
Sorry?
Would you spend 30 points more from your Skypike to almost guarantee a crit on a double? And get like a bit of mobility and a range attack?
Possibly. But the thing is, like, you don't have other options. Like, your Runefather is 160 points.
He's 150 on Blessed. He's very good value.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, the Bakaz one in particular, he's like...
They're all very good value.
He's like the Strength 5 variant is, you take him because he is almost as good as an Annihilator Prime. Almost. Once you factor in like Ignite Weapon, the damage outputs are very, very similar. So he's like a hyper budgeted sort of like big hitter. And 22 wounds T5 is pretty difficult to burn through. Largely because of 22. 22 is it goes past like the awkward wound, like big Vex Maws and 4 damage, 3 damage fighters struggle to hit 22 cleanly.
No, that's
so it takes a lot of damage typically to go down.
So I was gonna say, well, I mean, that's why I didn't run in immediately. But maybe it would have been a good idea on round 2 because you wouldn't have had the quad. But no, like, so this is what I started saying before, like, about Warcry not being a simple game, especially if you're playing against someone who knows what they're doing. So the only play style that I have a chance with killing you on this map, on this mission, is to pull a Itan, right? And dance around you until I find an opportunity to come in, kill one person, and then run away for the rest of the round. Because you can never catch up to me.
Depends what you play. I was in my Flameseeker phase. when Eitan was still in his Hunters of Huanchi phase. And those games heavily fell into my favor across the various games in win-loss record on it.
Yes. But that's
because,
what I mean.
Like, things like...
Because you know what you're doing.
the throwing axes. Like, if
That too, yeah.
If you're doing the dancing around doing stuff, if you can hit me, I can hit you back. And I can ignite my throwing axes, and that's like guaranteed, almost guaranteed, like 3 damage. Like, on like 1 throw, it hurts. We're playing basically Reaper. So it's just a kill mission, basically.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's the only like
just
chance that I have to actually win this. If I gang up on like a leader or someone else, get my point and skedaddle. And that's not my playstyle.
No.
My playstyle is...
Just to throw out there, I think if Etherian's still in chat, he can. I think it was Etherian who I played, actually. Or it might have been Low Tier Swarmlord, one or two. I think it was actually Low Tier Swarmlord. I had 3 Blessed Scale Breakers, +1, with +4 wounds each. Okay. These 3 alone, in one turn, okay, with just Ignite weapons, killed Vexmore and a Fomroid Crusher. Like, they tanked them and then killed them. Like, it's insane. Like, a bundle of 3 in this little triangle formation is horrendous to fight, because they start igniting, you just get fucked up, right? If you've got like a quad, you're fucked up twice as fast. It's nasty.
Yeah, if
like,
you're ranked 1, you just can't.
Yeah, they are unbelievably reliable at killing big things. Richard Head, yeah. Stormcast are an issue. They've got the damage output to punch through you a little bit, and their 20 wound profiles are a bit of a nightmare to deal with. They still go down. Rob didn't really like Flameseekers. He didn't see the value in them from Theo's One Chaff until we played a couple of times, and he was running some Stormcast tests. And like a Scale Breaker was able to go 1v1 into like Annihilators and win. Like, not wound blessed, just like completely naked. Like, win fights with like Annihilators and stuff. And it's because they're super efficient. Like, you look at their points, 95 points, 105 points, 115 points based on blessings or whatever, 110 points, sorry, based on blessings. They're expensive. But Ignite Weapon is the great equalizer. Like, if you don't kill them, like when you get in, if they survive on 1 wound or whatever, you are taking like on average like 16 wounds back.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to take 16 wounds back. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody likes that. They are nasty as fuck. And I love the little bastards. They do me well. Though, all that being said, though, none of this really mattered, because the actual player of the game was a fucking squid. Squid power. This little shithead. Running in, one-tapping a War Queen, killing some other guys, just, having a good time, just blending through this whole Blime group. Coming to save Sireny. Like, king shit right there on the squid. So I'm a big fan of this list. It did more work than I thought it would. So I'm okay with that. 3 things. They are horrid. Yeah, Flameseekers are horrid. I've heard this a lot recently because I've played them a lot. People don't like playing at the Flameseekers. I think it's because they're common in, like, you'll see them pop up like once or twice in tournaments and stuff. But people don't seem to play them casually, or on TTS all that much. So people like haven't had much practice with them or like experience against them. And then when they go into them, the people don't seem to like grasp the actual power of their kit. And I've said before that Flameseekers are the only warband I've ever played where someone straight up, and I understood and didn't get upset by it at all, straight up asked, "Can I see your rules? I think you're cheating." Like, I was like, dude, yeah. I gave him my printout.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't trust that. Do you have your cards so I can check the rules like from the source? I was like, I do.
mean,
I'll
to
get,
be honest,
I'll
I
get them
did
out.
the exact same thing because I hadn't. I was like, "There's no way you have a quad that does half the value of the dice on a 2+," and
Yep.
you did.
I did.
I'm still sort of upset, but you did. So
Yeah, it's like cool. That's an average of 15 damage just out of nowhere, spiking at 18, which is is what it is. It's great,
Yep.
and obviously the thing that really highlighted just how incredible their kit is, that you thought that the quad I was using was my triple, because their triple is that potentially devastating that you assumed the triple was the quad.
oh, trust me, I've gotten like a stupid amount of damage from a triple before, right to
Yeah.
my pretty low face.
That triple's really good.
That was
It's really
upsetting
good.
as well.
Yeah,
It's not.
I've yet to see
It's not a new
the
experience.
I've yet to see the 36 damage triple pop off, because that's its cap. Its damage cap is 36, so you could potentially one shot a Farm Wedge Crusher with a Thane with a triple without attacking. The highest I've gotten is something like, I think it was like 24. I think is the highest I've ever done with it, and 24 is a stupid amount of damage to receive. Yeah, with the right numbers. Yeah, with the right numbers, they kind of pop off with that. Actually, you need the 666, and you need to start like roll those sixes, right? They're nasty. The damage output's insane. And again, like on the podcast, when I was saying like, oh well, the Terror Wings are underrated. They are underrated. I stand by that. Because flat damage as a whole is underrated, and I stand by that still. Because when Flameseekers released, people didn't respect their damage output because they looked at them and were like, they're okay, a bit expensive. I don't quite see the draw. And then they played against them. They got experience against them. I was like, oh, okay, no, I see it now. Yeah, reliable flat damage is nasty to deal with. Like that Terror Wing, the example into Aitan's splitting demons. Every time I would be throwing a Terror Wing in to stop him from splitting on his pink horrors, 100% of the time, because it's the only way to shut down people. As far as I'm aware, there are no abilities that react on ability apart from Ruination. So be careful around Ruination, because they just shut them down, right? So things like counter, sure, but things like what was it? You're gaining dice on death. Questo gaining actions on death. Horrors splitting on death. Direct damage. Like, having a source of that somewhere in your list is so valuable. And I think it's an element of list building that gets overlooked, and an element I try to fit into a lot of into a lot of my lists, purely so you've got that little bit of chip, right? Like the amount of times I've gotten a model down with Corvus Cabal, I've gotten a model down one wound, and I could attack and finish it off, but if I did that, they might count. I would do a reaction I don't want to deal with, but I still want them dead. Raven Dart on a double. It's like I roll 2 dice on a 2 plus, take 1 damage. That's all I need, right? It's like having that back pocket 1 damage chip to shut down on death reactions is so valuable. It is
literally one of the best, like the poison darts from the crow ones from Corvus Cabal are it's some of the most reliable damage in the game, but because it's very low, people just kind of ignore it.
I think part of the issue is that they assume it's like the other ones that are like it but are less reliable, because most of these are hit on a 4+. And then do good stuff on a 6, and they overlook the fact that oh no, you're only rolling 1 dice, but it hits on a 2+. I say, oh, okay, that's quite reliable at that point.
And it also crits on a 5.
Yeah, I think in my video I did on Corvus Cabal, I pointed out that Raven Dart is never onslaught with your basic guys, always Raven Dart, because if you're onslaughting, you're getting 1 extra dice. and you're hitting on 5+ for 1 damage, or you're critting for a 4 on a 6. A Raven Dart is 1 dice, hitting on a 2, critting on a 5, but the damage could be a 6 damage hit, which is twice the crit. So it's like, oh, if I get a 5 or a 6, I do 2 crits comparatively. So it's like if you have a Raven Dart or an Onslaught situation, like 90% of the time, throw the dart. It is way more reliable for that for the chip, and I love it. But yeah.
Well, this didn't put me off this list because I'm fairly sure I can play it a little bit better.
It's a good list. Yeah, man.
We'll see. We'll see. Let me try it a bit more, and we'll.
If you want to reduce the number of models you've got, take a Wilder Fiend and have fun.
No, it
They're
needs the. I think Aitan's right that it's a trap. Unless you have
Aitan
something.
thought, but T5 was a trap.
Well,
we
yes.
ignore Aitan.
And also, I think having the bodies.
I don't know why I
It
was
is good,
like,
it is
let's
good.
go for a kill mission with the guys that shouldn't really be going on a kill mission. But I think Dark
yeah.
Oath have their place as an anti-horde faction, right?
Their mobility is
if you're
incredible with the War Queen. It's very, very good.
And a lot of their stuff like spreads, so you can just kind of spread it around the team.
Yeah.
So that, everyone gets a bonus move. The other one that I really want to try is War Leader, so that you can like activate immediately after, and then if the fighter is favored, pick 2 other friendly fighters with a Dark Oath rune mark, and they can use the Inspiring Presence without needing dice. Which means you can basically
it's really fun.
Yeah, you can basically pick a bunch of models and then go 1, 2, 3, activate 4 models in a row, put them all around someone, and then just watch them pop. But to do that, I would have to remove my wonderful Slaughterborn and put a Chieftain, and no offense, but the Chieftain is not a Slaughterborn, and
No,
is not
4425
doing
is not a
as much.
4645.
Yeah,
They are not comparable
or a
in terms of damage output.
4635. The points are you get extra
Yeah.
points, but it's just I have never found, and I know that there's the list with the crossbows from Wildecor that is directly contradicting me, but I have never found solace in going, I'm gonna have 4 guys attack you, I'm gonna roll 24 32 40 dice and hope that kills you. It feels like too much for not enough back. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's something in Dark Oath, that's like waiting to be like unleashed at some point by somebody, because they've got so many options. I think that the biggest weakness in Dark Oath currently is that they're a full faction. Unlike say Black Talons, who are like not really like Black Talons are like way closer to Bladeborn than an actual faction, right? Dark Oath are like a full-fledged faction, but they don't have a battle trait, and their battle trait is so simple, and would fix I think their biggest problem, which is momentum. You want Oath of Murder. There is so very rarely a time where you want to waste waste abilities on doing that apart from on turn 1, and even then, like the things you want to Oath want to use their Joe no trait spot on, is that the things that want to use Oath of Murder want to use their abilities constantly. So if you look at like the War Queen, Rally the Tribes is already good. It becomes absolutely busted once she becomes favored. Unbelievably powerful once it's buffed up. But you're never really going to find the time to use it because you want to use Rally the Tribes from turn 1 because it's such a powerful ability. So Oath of Murder gets forgotten about. The fix to Dark Oath is to make their trait pick one model who isn't a beast. They gain the effects of Oath of Murder until the end of the game, whatever it's called. The game was that fight was oathed, right? So at the start of the first battle round, pick a fighter, they are oathed. So then your Singries start oathed, so they can kickstart the game without having to like slow down their roll. They're fully ready to go to gain their favor. War Queen, same kind of thing, right? So she has her oath. If she gets a kill later on, she'll pop it. It's good to go. You can just rally the tribes from that point onwards, and you're good to go. And I think that would really help with the clunkiness of getting the oaths to work. In my opinion,
I don't know. It's the heroes. Joe said start the game with non-hero oath. It's the heroes.
Is there
that you
anyone
kinda
worth doing at a point? Yeah, I mean, the heroes are the ones that you really want, right? I mean, I guess Singri would be fine with it, I guess, because she isn't a hero.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, even if you're oathed, right? Like, you become favored with anyone else. You don't have any abilities to use.
Yeah.
Like, if
There
you
aren't
become
that
old-
many.
No, there's nothing.
No, there's
The
Withering
only
Death.
abilities.
There's Withering Death
There's
and
what?
Nadja. Withering Death and Nadja and Uncanny Shot and Singri are both non-heroes.
Yeah,
Both become
non-heroes
kind
but
of insane.
named. Yeah, but they're named characters. Like, what do you do with your chaff? Nothing.
That's true.
Why would you do anything with chaff? It does
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
You know, the only people you want to oath is your leaders, and yeah, like, it just doesn't. I don't know. There's little things like that where the theme is like wonderful, and you know, I kind of love it, but then you go right, but actually, how does this actually work? What's the game plan on this?
I think like
Yeah.
the ability system in Warcry is it's like as good as it is. If this kind of system was in any other game, it would just be a passive. So everyone would start oathed. Would start oathed at the start of the game, and they would become favored on kill. Right? Like if that was a kill team thing or whatever, or it would just be a system in place, as opposed to having to spend resources and those resources being limited, and those resources also taking up like I can do once per turn. I can't like spam out a bunch, right? I'm like limited to what I can do per turn per model. So it adds a layer of clunk to the faction that wouldn't exist outside of Warcry.
Well,
Yeah, I mean-
it wouldn't be a problem if what do you call that? Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be. Yeah, I guess. I was gonna say it wouldn't be a problem if like the battle traits were actually more like passives than, you know, what they currently are.
I'd be fine if the battle trait was everyone starts oathed.
Yeah. And then you can change Oath of Murder to doing something better.
Yeah.
Three
The
levels
dream
first.
is
Yeah.
Nah, man, you want
100%.
the War Queen to rally the tribes 10-1. Get them going.
Yeah,
'Cause
but if you get 3 doubles, then you can make one of them a triple.
That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. I genuinely love Rally the Tribes, so obviously it didn't go particularly well in this game, but just the mobility and the ability to just to fuck about, wait around, and then just aggressively just tilt your whole game plan on a massive blob of marauders to go where you want to go. So fun. Lol, that sounds too powerful. Nah, man, it's fine. Everyone starts favored. That's the battle trait. Everyone starts favored. Call it oath. Call the battle trait oath fulfilled.
Keep in mind, me and Toast are very much on the side of fun. Every time we've every time we've looked at things and we've gone, all of our recommendations are for the game to be like more fun, more killy, more like faster, more resources, more of everything, because it just all feels. It feels like you're coming up against the walls of what you can do a bit too much.
Yeah, my whole thing is,
And
if something feels clunky, I want it changed. Not for power, not for any kind of like advantage in terms of power or anything like that. Purely so it feels better to play with. It was one
flow.
of my biggest issues with Corvus Cabal. And it still is actually with Corvus Cabal, is that their jumping off gimmick, as good as it is now, and it is very good now, it's still innately clunky. There's a bunch of rules that go into jumping off things, and they trigger at different times for different things. Like some at the start of the activation, some at the start of the turn, at the start of an action. Nothing is coherent. It's all very much like it's all mired up in like rules nonsense that could be absolutely cleaned up. Would it make them more powerful? Yes, absolutely. But my intent would be to make them actually feel good to play, to remove all the clunk, all the shit that clogs them down, and make them super smooth to play. Because if something like Oath of Murder or Corvus Cabal as a whole, like, to me, I get frustrated when something is impeding the thematic fantasy of that warband, right? I play competitively. I really like my thematic cohesion, especially when that theme comes to mechanics, and when they don't quite meld, it really annoys us. That might just be me, though.
No, we agree on a lot of things. But yeah, with that, I gotta love you and leave you.
That's absolutely fine.
Because I need to go and continue working on my layout, which
Yes, for
I'm
UK Games
doing.
Expo.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm about halfway through, and the Red Harvest terrain and I have a Red Harvest terrain that I've never played with, so trying to figure out what to do with all of that is one thing. And then I have a fortified manor of the Empire, which is also very, very annoying.
Yeah,
Because like it
that's a
has its
classic.
layout.
That's a classic kit.
It is 100%. It is.
I
but,
like that.
I don't want to put it right in the middle, because you know how you have the tower and the layout that's on the box where it's all connected.
Yeah,
I don't think that's particularly useful. Even if you use the middle bit to say this is like an archway.
yeah,
It still like doesn't cover a lot of the map is just open. So I'm looking to find a way of like having it so that everything's just a bit more spread out and the walls are actually doing their job. Because I need to
yeah.
double check. I think they're like an inch, so you do have to climb them, and they do provide cover. So that's something, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's just finding the layout at the same time as having all of the potential objectives on the board and making sure that you're not going over any of them, or just kind of like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Well, you've got 1,000 missions, and they're all the objectives are placed in different
I
locations.
somehow
Yeah.
managed to pick 8 missions where there's little to no overlap. There's like only the one in the middle overlaps a little bit, and
Yeah.
that's it. Everything else is just kind of slightly off, slightly out, and it's very annoying. But I did it to myself. Maybe like once per turn. Oh, okay, yeah. That could work. Sorry, I was looking at your chat, but I should stop doing that and go on my stuff. So yeah, thanks for the games.
Yeah, man. It was a great
Thanks,
time.
chat. Well, and I'll speak to you later.
Toodaloo. Be sure to, if you haven't got a ticket for UK Games Expo or the narrative event, they're still on sale.
Oh my god.
Pick some up.
Yes.
My god, it's going to be a great event, and especially the narrative. It's like
Yes.
Warboss Kurgan has done some beautiful shit for that. It's going to be fantastic. So if you can get down, please do.
Do you want a little preview? Because I've got the tournament pack for that, and it's actually very beautifully designed.
Ooh, if you can send it over, I can screen share it.
Give me a sec, and I'll do that just now.
We're distracting the facts to make them stay longer. Our plans come together.
Why not? Right, copy message link. Because I'm gonna be blasting this all over the internet in like this weekend.
Yeah.
So, might as well show it to you first.
Have a little sneak peek. Here we go. Okay, so if I pull this to here, hit that there. If I go to, is it OBS? Window capture. That should be up now. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my god. He made this. He made all this by hand. I was waiting for it to pop up on stream, on the actual stream feed, because like a slight delay. I want to make sure it's actually coming through properly.
Yeah. I'll give you a shout when it does.
There we go. Excellent.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this is all him.
beautiful.
He's designed it. I've not had any hands in the designs because I am not good at designing.
My god, honestly, right? If you don't know Warboss Kurgan, I've met him a few times at Warhammer World. This guy has like a leather-bound journal, like filled with hand-drawn art, and like narratively written battle reports for all of the games that he plays. And it's like the most beautiful thing I've seen anyone create, just out of the love of the game. Dude's insane, and this is the kind of shit that I'm not surprised. Like, I shouldn't be surprised, and yet I am that it looks this good. Oh my god! So let's have a look here.
So basically,
building a warband. What are the warband restrictions? Let's have a look.
Yeah, so slightly higher than the competitive ones. Mainly because I wanted to have it wide open, but obviously for narrative purposes, it's not gonna. Monsters are not particularly helpful to building a story.
One blessing on one fighter is the cap on. That's interesting. Okay.
Yep. Up to half the fighters in the warband can be bladeborn.
Mm-hmm.
No more than 3. Yeah, no more than 3 heroes and stuff like that. Battle traits are in, which is great.
Oh, it's fun.
But the great thing about this is the
plunder
way
cards.
the narrative works. Yeah. Because usually there's a lot of like upkeep and there's a lot of like round to round admin. That's not how this works. So the way this narrative works is that you get handmade there's pictures. They're really nice. Plunder or curse plunder cards. So plunder is good. It's basically like a boon that you can give to someone. But your curse plunder is sort of the opposite. It's kind of like a blessing and a curse. And yeah, they're similar in nature to divine blessings and lesser artifacts. So you don't have the game-breaking artifact, which is like +3 attacks, +3 damage, or whatever.
Yeah.
Insane thing it is. And also, you get Emberstone tokens. And you have some really classic missions, battle plans, and the Emberstone tokens are on top. so on top of the mission, and whether you win or not,
Yeah.
you gather the Emberstone, and
Okay.
that's what counts towards your team's, your Grand Alliance's final standings, and your own as well. So you want to win, but you also want to get as much Emberstone as you want, and there is a possibility of, losing the fight but winning the war by getting a lot of Emberstone. So it's
Yeah.
it just has everything you need to get some really nice stories going, and the maps are incredible for that.
Yes, yeah. So the Warbands earn up to 5 Emberstone tokens from each battle. The player who's won the most Emberstone tokens after 3 battles is declared the winner.
Yep.
Interesting. No, this
So
is
technically,
really
you
cool.
can lose all of them.
Yeah, you lose all of them. If you've managed to get all the treasure, though, hey, here we go.
Exactly.
Nah, this is beautiful.
So I think there's some pictures of the
Like
whole
gathering
thing.
weird stone in Mordheim. I imagine so.
Yeah.
I can imagine that Warboss Kurgan was a big fan of Mordheim.
Oh, yeah.
Mordheim being a fantastic narrative system. Mechanically, not all there, but in terms of actual narrative and campaign play, excellent.
Yeah, it didn't feel. I've looked into it and I've put together a warband. I've bought witch hunters enough to build a witch hunter warband because that's what I would play.
Yeah.
The opportunity hasn't come along, but it's
If you build
if
it,
it did,
they will
well,
come.
but yeah,
Once Warcry dies, play some more time. It's fine.
Well, I don't know if I want to do that to myself, but yeah, there's a blog post that I sent you that has like all the pictures of all the drawings and the Emberstone and the maps and the boards, and it's so nice.
Well, it's on screen now, I assume, for people, so I'll go through it. Oh my god. Is that a chest
Yep.
filled with stones with like a fucking light in the bottom to make it
Emberstone.
glow?
Yep.
Oh my Kurgan, you absolute legend. It's got
And
hand-drawn
the card-
maps.
The cards on the
Oh.
left are the thunder cards. So on it, every one of them is handmade, and it tells you
My god.
what your bonus is for that round.
Can you see the insanity of this man? Love it in the best possible way. I assume he's also like made like custom terrain and stuff, and got all the boards
Yeah.
all set up and stuff, and these look beautiful.
So it's actually giving me some really good ideas for the layout of the what I was talking about. Yeah, see, because I've got some extra mausoleums. So yeah.
That guy something holy. That guy is something special. I know, right? Look at all these plunder cards.
Is incredible.
Look at all this, man. Like he is dedicated to this theme.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the amount of work that's been put into this, right? Like,
So run and ground is a cursed one. When the bear makes a melee attack action, roll a dice. On a 5+, add 1 to the target fighter's strength characteristic. So it's like
that is
less
some sexy terrain.
reliable, but it still gives you something.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I need to talk to Steph about sticking around.
Well, the
It's
the
a
plan
Sunday,
is
right?
yes. The plan is
Yeah.
that if the numbers are not where they need to be, then he's not going to need as many people to judge. So you might see me. I'm taking my coordinates with, so that I can jump in if I have to.
Yeah.
And I say if
don't
I have
even know
to
what I'm
very
playing.
loosely.
I don't know what I would even bring, but this is some sexy sauce, some sexy sauce. So yeah, there's tickets still up for the competitive on I believe Friday, and the narrative is on the Sunday at UK Games Expo.
I can. Is it bad that I can kind of recognize half the people in the chat have actually signed up for competitive? Which, once again, I really appreciate. Thank you very much. But yeah, there's 3 tickets left to that. So that's the one where, if you're thinking of joining sooner rather than later, because you might not find tickets.
Yeah, is that a watchtower that's got like a model suspended in liquid in the
Yes.
center? That is so cool.
I
So
think
cool.
I think it's a witch elf.
It's a witch. Oh, yeah, I
Is
can
it?
I
I
can
don't
see
know.
it now. I can see the witch elf shape. I was like, is that a Skaven? No, it looks like a witch elf.
Let me see, because it's definitely going to be on his Instagram. Go back.
But yeah, just to side tangent quickly.
Yep.
The idea that Warcry is dead exists if you only look at it from a product to consume, as in a product to buy, consume, and discard. Warcry being dead is not a thing if the community stays alive, and people like Warboss Kurgan doing stuff like this, right? Like, for the love of the game, you know what I mean?
Yep.
If the community is alive, the game's alive, right? You don't need new product to invest in for the game to live, right? That's a matter of perspective. Some people might want like new content and be on that content grinding. I like new content. It's great. But still, if people are doing stuff like this, I mean, like it was completely overlooked by I didn't see anything on it until someone posted a comment in the last Wild Dice episode. Check that out; that's really good. Saying that the Adepticon had like 32 players competitively for their event, but there was a 64-player narrative event at Adepticon that no one that I know of covered. I didn't know it existed, so I didn't cover it naturally. But it really highlights that, like, the competitive side of Warcry, as vocal as it may be, and as good as Warcry is, as a competitive game to play, there is a unsung like audience of Warcry players who play narrative, and when the narrative event doubled the turnout at Adepticon, that's kind of insane. Just saying, like that's kind of crazy.
I'm just surprised that we didn't know. I haven't heard about it. I don't know how it was run, what kind of story they used, because I keep seeing like narrative packs go up, and you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Tabletop Scotland is probably, because I haven't gotten confirmation yet, but I will apply to run a narrative event, because we do have a lot of narrative players in Edinburgh, and I think they're going to have a really good time setting something like that up. But it would be really interesting to see how that runs. But what you said about product, right? It's one of these things where product is needed up to a certain point. If you don't have enough options, then obviously you need product, because like it enriches the game and all of that. At this point, I have Dark Oath, Fire Slayers, I have Kurgan True Blades, I have Jade Obelisk, and oh yes, the Gladiator ones from the first season.
Spy Tyrants.
Nope. The ones that had the Gladiator armor, not the Gladiator ones.
Oh, Iron Golems.
Nope. The snaky ones.
Splintered Fang. There you go.
That's the one. Splintered Fang. So I have
There
like
was a lot of
5
gladiators.
warbands. Well, yeah, that's very true. But yeah, there's like 5 warbands still that I have like ahead of me that I'm like I have
Yeah.
good lists that I want to try. There's ones beyond that because there's so much content that I could probably spend the next 3 years just kind of going through all this stuff that I want to play and be good with and go to tournaments with and maybe do well. So yeah, it's just and that's assuming that nothing else comes out, right? Which I feel like everyone's getting a bit sad and maybe expecting, but I still hold out hope.
Yeah. Same.
Because even with just like Age of Sigmar, and if by some miracle we got Underworld's models again, I think that would be more than enough. Although, given that most of the new Underworld's teams have been generic, very generic, I struggle to see that happen.
I
but,
want a
never know.
miniature Doom wheel, and I will not be denied that. I don't even play Skaven. I want a miniature Doom wheel.
Not as a miniature, just to drive around.
Yes. Like I'm on Warcry now, right?
yeah,
And there's like I'm on Warcry now, and like there's so many factions in the game already, right? Like
Mhm.
throw a dart, play something new, and I'm aware. I make people make tier lists. I make tier lists, whatever. But I say on the regular on Discord and in videos that a lot of stuff is only not viable when playing at a hyper competitive level. Nearly everything in Warcry is completely playable, like at the not like top end table hyper elite stage, right? Like there are some really bad ones. Like I would never recommend playing Corn Demons. Not because they're bad, they are bad because they're fucking boring. I would avoid them. But like you see people playing Tzeentch Demons has went from completely unplayed to now 8-time ring them at UK Games Expo, Grotch ran them at TTS on the TTS Hyper Competitive League and won. Right, like the game isn't solved. As much as people want to believe and spout that the game is solved, the game isn't solved. There are still things people haven't fully tested out and haven't fully done. And like there's so much you can play around with. And I would be happy if Gamers Workshop didn't release a single new warband and instead went in and dedicated to making older warbands, specifically first edition warbands, interesting. Because there was obvious, clear crunch and grind to get all of the warbands from first, and the compendium moved into second edition. Because there's a lot of overlap in abilities, a lot of theme isn't there anymore. It's kind of like lost, right? Player 1 first edition, you've played most of them, with some exceptions on the outliers. If they just went back in and just tweaked some older warbands and released them as part of an FAQ package, like that would be so good. That for me that would be enough, because there's already so much. There's so much there to play.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even. Here's a wild idea, right?
Oh, wild!
A
wild dice idea.
if as GW you wanna, they're getting their new factory opening, right? So they'll have more capacity, and for all the people always like to say that Warcry didn't sell, and that might be the case overseas, but buying any warband here was almost impossible for several years because they wouldn't restock them. And they wouldn't restock them. That's a lie. They would restock them, and then they would go out of stock almost immediately. And part
Yeah.
of that was because that was a few years ago. It was because they were really good in Age of Sigmar, so you would get like six units of Splintered Fang and do a bajillion damage in poison. Fine,
Yeah.
okay. They changed that. They put them all in the ground, and that was that for Age of Sigmar. So no more sales from that. And then they would restock them, and they would go out of stock in like a couple of days. And I'm talking about the first edition ones, not even the later ones.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to go somewhere in between where you didn't want to keep releasing 10, 15, 8 to 10 man units, because
Yeah.
that's usually where they sit now.
Mhm.
If you didn't want to make units like that, go down the Necromunda path of, hey, this
Yeah.
is a new unit for the Unmade. That is really cool. Here you go.
I know. Imagine that, right? There are so many cool bespoke themes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I would love to see more Jade Obelisk, right? Like they're beautiful models. Like thematically, they're awesome. Like lore wise, theme wise. Imagine if they went back in and gave us more Jade Obelisk. So
Yep.
fucking cool. Or Unmade or Splintered Fang. And like expand out those rosters. I don't think it's possible now. There's too many bespoke warbands, like more than half the whole game. I think it would be way too diluted to ever do that with Warcry now.
Sure, but if
But
they chose,
back during like the 8 peaks, where there's like only 8
yeah,
warbands, having those fleshed out in a Necromunda style
hmm.
at that point in time would have been kind of interesting. I think really
But they
like
did
got
something.
some cool shit.
Yeah, but they did something similar with Underworlds, right? They came back and they said, right, listen, we're redoing some of them. So we
Yeah.
are gonna make, they released some like 5 bajillion Underworld warbands, right? And then they were surprised that people just burnt out on buying, um, like more and more and more. But what they did is they came back and they said, right, we know that you like a lot of these, so we have picked 32 from all of them. Some
Yeah.
from season 1, some from season 2, all the way through. I don't think they got any from season 1 because they were mighty boring. But they've taken a mix, and that's what they support. And then things will rotate year on year.
Yeah.
So a few things that aren't as popular will get out, and they won't be fully supported, but they still will have the rules. It just means that they're not getting updates as much. And then they're bringing some of the other ones in. So I think like Sons of Elmorn are not in the rotation, but they
Yeah.
will be down the line when they know that they can. They know that they can like bring them back when they are gonna be able to sell them, and it's great because it means
Yeah.
that you get all of the stock rotated. Because there's no reason, just because they've sold the Unmade in the past, it doesn't make them a bad model. It doesn't mean that everyone that would have bought them has bought them. For example, I don't have them. If they brought them
No.
back at some point, like I probably would if I got the chance. So doing it like that and going right, so we're focusing on these 16 warbands or 24 warbands or 48 warbands, whatever, and
Yeah.
then they go, we are releasing extras for these, and then a couple of years later they go, right, so now we're swapping it, and these are going, and you can still play with the same rules, but now we're focusing on these different warbands, and they take a mix of
Yeah.
season 1 and season 2. I genuinely don't really need more warbands. Like I can,
No.
there's so much more to discover and to support with these ones. So yeah, no, I think that would be a great way forward, but we're not in charge. I wish we were in charge.
No. I would love. I've said this before. I think on in DMs before when talking to people. Um, I would love if they released a second wave and a third wave, potentially a fourth wave, of battle traits. With each new battle trait, not replacing the old one, but pushing the Warband. One, make sure that they're good, and then two, push the Warband in a new direction, in a new interesting play style, to encourage experimentation within Stake Laws of Karanak, right? I think that'll be fun. As a little side bit on top of everything else, having another way, like, baked into the game with like one major passive rule change that aggressively shifts the focus of that list in some way would be cool too. And also rewrite them anyway, because a bunch of them are complete shit. Just rewrite a bunch of them. They want not all of them are great. Most of them are pretty bad. And for the love of God, fix the generic death one. Holy shit, the generic death one is... That one's a travesty.
What's the generic death one?
I will... Is it... Oops, I've went in the wrong place. Generic death is... it doesn't work on most death things. I'll get it for you quickly. So, death. It's called Deathless Minions. Once per battle round, count the first critical hit from a ranged attack action that targets a fighter with the minion rune mark as a hit. That sounds fine. It's fine. Kurgan True Blades don't have minions. Nighthaunt don't have minions. Ossiarch Bone Reapers don't have minions. Firegeist don't have minions. Royal Beast Flayers don't have minions. Tyrannic Cohort don't have minions.
No, Chain Rasps are minions.
Oh, okay. So Nighthaunt get a pass. So
and then Ossiarch Bone Reapers don't have minions. Yes, you are correct.
Ossiarch...
You're 100% correct. That's so funny. And then Soul Blight have minions because I think it's the zombies and the skeletons.
Yeah.
And then I thought the Beast Slayers had... No, but the Beast Slayers have their own, so why would... Oh, yes. No, that's a lie. Oh, wow. And where is Fleshy the Corpse?
They do. Ghouls got it when they got updated. I think completely by accident. Because they got a rework.
That's insane.
So there's only...
Oh, and the captains. The Crypt Captains as well.
That's really funny, actually. So you've got, like, Fleshy Courts, Nighthaunt, and Soul Blight are the only death factions that can ally and not be punished. Because they at least still get their Deathless Minions to work. A Skurgan, Ossiarch, Pyregeist, Royal Beast Flayers, and Tyrannic Cohorts, if they take allies, they don't get a battle trait.
Nothing.
Literally nothing. That has to be an oversight. Like, that's insane how that works. Especially when a lot of the death base battle traits actually aren't that good. There are some really good ones, but a lot of them aren't that good. So you're almost incentivized to ally, but when you ally, you lose all traits. You become Dark Oath. You gain Dark Oath status, where you don't get a battle trait, which is sad.
So
it's very sad. All that was I'm here though, the Tyrannic Cohort battle trait. It's a good one. It's really good. It's like one of the beacons of Tyrannic Cohort. Because
we've talked about this before.
It's beautiful.
It is, but it's stuck with Tyrannic Cohort. That's the problem.
The alpha strike's real. The fact that you can deploy your guys. So if you deploy first, so the mind games in Warcry are that if you win the roll off, you'll pick your opponent to deploy first every time. Because you want information. So if you lose the roll off as a Tyrannic Cohort player, you win that exchange. If you win the roll off, you also win that exchange because you was picked to go first. And then you can place your guys. It's not even wholly within either, right? It's just within 6. You can just have them toe poking out on the very edges of the 6-inch bubble from their deployment point. This could put you in, because Trico would have charge universally. You could charge turn 1 with that whole battle group and alpha strike them and completely devastate one of their deployments without them being able to do anything about it at all. And Tyrannic Cohort are actually pretty good at alpha strike. They have pretty good damage, pretty good durability, and they've got range 2, they've got their range 3s, right? A lot of high volume of attacks too. Outriders it's something kind of bullshit. And it's also very good for treasure missions because you can start close at the treasures, which no other warband can do. You can start potentially right on top of one and then run away immediately for the shits and giggles. It's very good. Alas, Tyrannico are complete shit. So the trait doesn't actually help them that much. But the potential of it's very high, which I quite enjoy.
See, that goes on the list. Because I'm like, maybe, but no. I can't see it. I can't see it. The Biden being 3515 is just such... Man, what is the point?
Because you use it with their Nadrite Strike. So you gain +2 attacks, you discard 2 wild dice, you crit on 5+. And you bless them with +1 crit, so they're 1/6.
Okay.
It only costs 4 ability dice. 2 wild dice and 2 regular dice.
Only for the low price of your entire dice for 3 rounds.
And also, Unleashed Rage also works. So it's 1 critical hit from the next melee attack action by this fighter. Scores an additional crit. So 1 crit becomes 2 crits. If you spend 2 additional dice, then that crit counts as 2 additional crits. So that 1 crit becomes 3 crits.
Oh,
so
wait.
if you're
Yeah. Do that.
Yes, if you have that one guy with 1/5 or 1/6 damage, crit once, he crits 3 times. And the best part is, you will never roll that crit. You will waste 5 ability dice doing that, and you will never ever crit.
5 ability dice.
Guarantee it.
Wait, 5 ability dice, a triple and a double, alongside 4 wild dice, and then you do how much damage? Potentially 15 damage.
Yeah, which isn't great. Like,
well, I mean,
that's like
roll 3 crits out of 5 dice. Because keep in mind, you're doing only 1 attack action, not 2. So you might roll 3 crits. That'll turn into 9 crits, which is 45 damage. Okay, yeah, I see that. I don't think it's good, but I see that.
No, it's just 1 critical hit for the next. It's not all crits multiply. It's just one of those crits will multiply.
Oh,
so yeah,
okay.
It is like 15 tops.
That's man. Okay.
That's yeah. So you've got so how that would work is you would use a double on Nadrite Strike, I think. Yeah, so you would use Nadrite Strike because it doesn't end until you attack. So it's got nothing to do with activation. So you would Nadrite Strike to gain +2 attacks. You then burn 2 more wild dice to gain Christian 5+, then wait. Then Unleash Rage, burn 2 more, and then swing in. If you want to get really spicy and really rules lawyery, because Nadrite Strike doesn't actually have an ending clause, other than the next melee attack action, you could theoretically stand still. For 4 whole turns.
Right there. You
for
stop
4
it
whole
right
turns
there.
and
We are
double
not
activate
the blade for 20 games.
You sharpen that blade for 4 whole turns, 4 whole battle rounds. Well, 3 battle rounds and a half, because you'll Nadrite Strike, wait, Nadrite Strike, then do that for 3 more battle rounds. Then you swing in with 4, 8, 12, 14 additional attacks critting on a 5+, where one of those crits becomes 3 crits. And that's the play. That's what you do. That's how you win. It only costs you every single ability dice you'll ever have over the course of the entire game
Everything.
for
Costs you
one
everything
guy
you've ever had.
to hopefully be in range of somebody at some point to swing in 17 times on one attack action. That's how you do it. And if you're playing narrative, you have this one guy standing at the back for games on end because it doesn't end until you actually attack. So debatably in narrative, because it's one continuous thing, sharpen it for like a good 5 games, and then swing in. Just keep a tally of how many times that you used it. It's fine. And the best,
If you
this
ever
will
try
never
to
get
argue-
FAQ'd. That will never get FAQ'd because no one cares.
If you
No one
ever
cares.
try this at my tournaments, I will personally throw you out.
UK Games Expo.
We can clip that.
Demetrius.
If anyone tries this, I will kick you out myself. The same with sharpening the blade. If I hear at the table, oh yeah, this guy's been sharpening the blade for 3 rounds, I will eat your mini. I will eat it. I'll pick it up, put it in my mouth, and crunch.
You hear a little shout from the background. Demetrius, Toast is doing the thing again. This is all me, by the way, right? This is my claim to fame on Warcry. I made a tangible difference to Warcry with one video, right? Because nobody played Quest of Source 1. No one, right? Because they were hated on release. It has since changed. People are going at them. But more importantly, nobody played the Duelist, the twin blade with Duelist guy, right? With Face Me Cowards. No one played him. I did a lot because he's fantastic. People play him now more because he's fantastic and it's dawned on them. However, my video for them forced an FAQ change before they broke the game because it didn't have until the end of the battle round. This was added in after the FAQ, and nobody noticed this for 2 years, right? So prior to the FAQ and prior to me saying it out loud, you used Face Me Cowards once, it lasted the whole game. And it was amazing, naturally. And 2 weeks after that video came out, an FAQ dropped with that change in specifically. And I'm telling you right now, that was my video. They're like, shit. This guy's found the source and the FAQ'd it. Because no one had caught it. It was never used that way. People just didn't play the model. And then the threat of that model becoming commonplace as an ally, fast-tracked. I'm telling you, it's fast-tracked an FAQ. And that's all because of me. Claiming it right now.
Can you do that again? Can I do it again? Can you do it again?
I've done it twice.
I could do, yeah, but do it again. I want an FAQ.
See, it's difficult because when I use my powers of persuasion at this, it's dangerous because it gets to my head a bit clearly. But I did it with Corvus Cabal too. When Corvus Cabal came out with their updates and stuff, the battle trait was wrong and didn't work. And then the next day, shockingly, Corvus Cabal gained an update that fixed it. It's like, oh my god, I'll take credit for that too. That's 2 times I've got John Bracken on speed dial. That's why I call him up. You like the podcast, by the way? If is it,
I saw that. That's a win.
Yeah. So on Facebook, where I advertised the podcast, one of the first people to actually like the podcast was John Bracken himself. So Wild Dice is the only John Bracken approved podcast in the world. Warcry podcast in the world. So
you can see,
we've made it, lads.
We are solidly in fart sniffing, fart sniffing territory here.
Yep. Clearly,
I don't know.
the,
We're
the, the,
such luminaries that the room that I'm currently in has no lights on, and yet I can see clearly. And there's just an odor.
see,
Let's say.
I shouldn't have been allowed to win Warhammer World. Someone should have stopped us because every now and then in Discord, I'll just like point out, like I'll say, as the potential last and reigning champion of Warhammer World, I know what I'm talking about. And I'll throw it in a conversation randomly just to make it a little.
It is, it would
I
solve the
won
problem.
finally. It finally won.
Yeah, but it would solve the
3
problem
years.
of like all of us have won it once, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like now is the time that the race is on, right?
Yeah.
But but if there is never again a tournament, then that solves that problem, And by solves it, I mean completely like unsatisfactory cliffhanger, Netflix canceling a show like 3 seasons in, right before the big finale type of
I know.
resolution.
It's like Firefly being cancelled after 1 season. Like,
Yeah.
oh man, I'm happy if I go down as the last person to win a Warcry event at Warhammer World. That's gravestone. Underneath, smelling my own farts since 2006, it'll be last reigning champion at Warhammer World. Brackets.
Well, yeah, you
beat
will
Demetrius
be
round 2.
You little so and so. You have to put that in.
I did. I can't help myself. I'm not allowed to win
Yeah.
things. Head gets too big.
That's the thing. So that's the problem that I keep having is so many tournaments this year, and I can't win any of them.
Yeah.
Not allowed.
You're winning them all. Stop running tournaments. No, don't do that.
If
There will be no tournaments. Don't do that. Keep running them.
Listen, no. I've been seeing everyone like. There's the Element Games one. There's the one in the Northwest. They're talking about doing one, which was nice. So I don't know. It's picking up steam. I like it. I'm a big fan. I'm not gonna stop. I'm never gonna stop. Really, probably. But I mean, I will at some point stop. But by that point, I think it'll have picked up enough steam to not need me to be in every year. But for the first few years, we're going to be around. But
Well, hopefully,
there are-
more time 2, Alicia Boogaloo comes up by then. And then the game explodes in popularity. Fully
I
backwards
don't know,
compatible with
man.
Warcry.
Maybe. There are rumblings, not in the deep this time, but there are rumblings about a big Warhammer super tournament up here in Scotland. So
Ooh,
there
that's
might be
exciting.
even more Scottish tournaments.
I'll go to
but
them.
it very much has the thing that I love is that a lot of big Warhammer all together tournaments are starting to notice Warcry. We had UKTC ask about a potential event on the Facebook ages ago. There's this one that had like Age of Sigmar. It had like a lot of the regular ones. I think it had Underworlds, it had Spearhead, and it also had Warcry. So we'll see how that goes. But more and more events seem to be picking up on the solid revenue maker that is Warcry, because you'll always get a certain number of people that will show up.
Well, hopefully next year, Northeast, so for all the Northeast gamers, of which there are not, I'm the only one apparently, never seen another one, Northeast Games Expo was already full up for tournaments and stuff, but they're getting bigger every year. So next year there could be a Warcry event there, hosted by me and potentially Warfireax as my
Oh yeah.
guide.
No, listen,
and
I'll bring you
he'll be-
stuff, and then I'm playing. I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not running, but I will enable with the disgusting amount of terrain that I have.
Yeah. So that'll be fun next year. Uh, if there was more of a local scene, I literally can't find anyone up north. If there's more of a local scene where I would host a tournament in one of the local shops nearby. But like it's so difficult to even find a single player, let alone like host a tournament that like it's probably not worth it. Sadly.
I mean, the thing is, right? You do have like a lot of fans. Like people enjoy your content and enjoy playing with you. So, and I say this because
Why are we inflating my ego more? We keep doing it.
I don't know. I don't know. But listen, no, the thing is, when you came up for last year's Edinburgh tournament, like everyone was so
Yes.
happy to see you and play against you that I'm pretty sure I could convince a good amount of them to come with and raid your local tournament if you run one. And
Travel
I'm pretty
south.
sure there's people that would travel up. So, you know,
Maybe.
the trick is to find a place that is going to be open in 2 months, and then not specifically in 2 months, but like 2 months ahead of when you want to do it, and then you announce
Yeah.
it and see how the tickets go. But I seem to be struggling at the moment with my venues, so we'll see how that goes. That's a long and complicated story that I will talk about at some point, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's for Wild Dice
Venues.
episode 6. Wild Dice episode 6.
know.
The troubles with venues.
Support your local venues, people.
Yeah.
Support your local venues because you
My
might
local
not have
venue
them
only
forever.
plays Kill Team in 40k. And it's
I
to
mean, we
the
all make
point.
mistakes.
It is to the point where I am actually incredibly tempted to start Kill Team purely so I can actually play a game of something in real life that isn't out of Warhammer World. Like once every 4 months.
You know what I
Um,
can definitely recommend, and it works because I've gotten a couple of Age of Sigmar players like that.
Okay.
So often, if you have like big groups like that, and because games are like, 40k is 2.5 hours, and Kill Team is what, like at least an hour and a half,
I think Kill
2
Team
hours.
I think it's closer to 2 because it's like it's more complex, right?
I've
Drags
had
on a bit.
people like swear up and down that you can get a game done in like an hour 15, and I'm like, no, you can't convince me about that. But anyways, they might be right, but also I don't believe them. But what you do is you go and you set up your table and your warbands, and you
Yeah.
wait for the day where there's like like an odd number of them,
Okay.
and then there's someone there who can't play
Right.
and will have to wait a minimum of 2 hours before they can play the next game, and that's where you get them.
So you
You
open
go-
up your trench coat and go like, "Want to play some Warcry?" Like,
No, you bonk them over the head, you knock them out, you put them on the chair, you tie one of the arms and one of the legs, and then they can't run away.
that's a good idea.
And you go, I want to play a game of Warcry.
And then you give them
And
Iron Golems or Warrior Chamber, so they have fun.
Exactly, 100%. You give
Get them
them
hooked on
you
raw power.
get them hooked on that 3548 for 150 points.
Christ.
Um,
See, I
and
don't even feel bad.
then-
I don't even feel bad that I have like dwarfs who can like one tap a Tenari when like
No.
you have cheaper Stormcast who can one tap a Tenari too.
Absolutely.
So I feel less bad now.
Well, yeah. Look, they're my emotional support pillow. They're my kind of like, I don't know. They're my fallback. If I have a really bad day, they're the pint of ice cream in the fridge, in the freezer, no fridge. It's like I already, for the next tournament, depending on how the mission packs look, I might bring out Warrior Chamber again, just because I want to win one.
Yeah.
Because if I get, even if I get like you or Aitan or any of the other really good like high level players that we have, that we see regularly, I genuinely think that it's unusual enough. 165. It's just such a shame, honestly. Yeah, I genuinely think that. Oh, can you imagine though if they changed the lay low the tyrants
If
on
only.
this? So I not only did I have paladins, but I also had liberators with lay low the tyrants.
I know. That has to be an
So that
oversight.
everything does 4 damage.
It has to be an oversight that they just completely forgot to put in the FAQ that like update the one as well for Warrior Chamber. You know what I mean? Like
Who knows?
update all the profiles, update whatever. So the Thunder Strike Liberators are the same with the same ability. Because having two abilities on the two models are the same name with the same ability name with completely different effects that's the kind
it's
of
not-
bullshit I don't like. Like the kind of like
It's not completely
clunkiness.
different. It's +1 attacks, +1 strength. That's all the same, but it's just that it's changed the wounds characteristic to 25, but only for crits and hits. Sorry, hits turning into crits. So it's just the second part.
Yeah, but so you always get +1 attack, +1 strength on the new one. So they don't need to have high wounds. You always get +1 attack, +1 strength.
Yes,
And
no,
then
correct.
you get a massive damage bump from the crit side. So it's so much worse. It's like,
Yeah.
oh come on. Come on.
By the way,
Don't do that.
look at the Sigmarite Shield Bash.
It's great. I like it.
My wife has been playing more Warcry because she's going to be helping with UK Games Expo.
Yeah.
And literally spent 3 rounds, right, with a with an Angarad bright shield or whatever. Yeah. Did now granted, 2-5, 2-4. She kept rolling attacks and doing crit hit for 6. So she was doing like at least 6 around from rolls.
Yeah.
And then double 6, run in 6 damage.
Yeah.
Every round.
It's great.
Angarad ended up doing about 36 damage in the entire game. Somehow.
I love it. That's
right?
the thing.
The
right?
model that's 2524. Wild.
That's the thing though
Wild,
with
wild.
so I did a video way back when about abilities and like what makes a triple and what makes a double, right? Like basically. And it was like, oh well, a double, if a double is going to do damage, is typically unreliable in some way. So for example, Onslaught is unreliable because you get the dice could miss, right? Sigmarite Shield Bash is unreliable because it could do a lot of damage. It's on a 3+. You could fail it. So doubles typically have like a failure state where you spend resource gets you nothing. Triples, on the other hand, typically, especially when it comes to damage output, typically have a guaranteed element to it, or they should, if they're like designed properly, I think. So if you look at things like Ignite Weapon has a failure state. You could hit all your attacks, it does nothing. Berserk Rampage, the thin triple, it has no failure state. Like, sure, you want to roll a lot of like matching numbers, but you always do flat 6 damage, no matter what. There's no roll where you don't do at least 6. And it's like, I like Sigmarite Shield Bash because it is just a triple. It's a very standard triple that they've made a double and just added in a fairly generous failure state. And that's really cool. Because that makes that so much more usable. Because as a triple doing 6 damage, it's like a little bit like, ooh, right? But as a double, you can spam that shit. And then it becomes cool.
Yeah. And she did, chat. I'm
She did.
still salty about it. But yeah, that
Um,
just tells you about Warrior Chamber being just incredible. And I
they are really good.
still am so disappointed people are not playing them more.
It's because they're ugly. The models are horrible.
Here's you.
Says everyone.
How dare you? Says, get out of here.
Come on now.
What about second lay low to the tyrant, says Grumpy God. Exactly. 100%.
Like, they're too Space Marine-y. And not even like modern Space Marines where they're like more true scaley. They're like mini Marines from like the 90s in scale where they're just like really short and stunty and really wide. And like the like Thunderstrike, I think have a lot more visual appeal to them, and I feel like Warrior Chamber are like stuck in the past still, unfortunately, with their old designs. I think there's a reason why Games Workshop very quickly went from like the initial release of Stormcast, with like being chunky and kind of like to like almost immediately reworking the whole range into Thunderstrike as their like their main push, and then now Ruination, and them being absolutely stunning. In
So-
my opinion. In my opinion.
Yes. So listen, prosecutors are funny. I like the old wings, but it's just a lot of it is all of them had the same armor. So the prosecutor look like you've stuck a couple of jet engines onto a panther tank. Right?
Yeah.
Makes zero sense. Hey, we have judicators. They have bows. They're also in full plate armor. Why?
Yeah.
Why are they in full plate armor? So you look at Vigilors now, and they're slightly less armored, slightly more like they still have like plate armor, which is silly, but you know
It's nice and
they
sleek.
seem more sleek and nimble. Yes. The only thing for me is the paladins. First of all,
they're
paladins.
great looking. They're huge.
The
And
paladins
rightfully
are
so.
beautiful.
They should be. They should be.
Yeah.
Like, paladins fit that like I'm a huge motherfucker with a big hammer. So yeah, you should
Exactly.
be that. I'm glad you are that. But when everyone looks
other-
like that, it's like why?
The other thing that I love is the helmets having the writing. So if you go a bit further up, it's the the old Night Quester, or Lord Veritan. Oh, the Lord Veritan hat. The silly
Ooh.
kind of like
Oh, Roman
the
hat.
silly. Yeah. It's either the Spartan way or the Athenian. I think it's the Athenians that were wearing it like sideways.
It's the
but-
Roman hat. Just the inner Greek region.
Mhm. And then the fact that Veritan is wearing a scarf.
Why is he wearing a scarf? What?
Because
Is he
it's
cool?
style.
It's just
No,
pure
because it's
riz.
style. It's just style. It's just serving, right? It is what it is. And if you go a bit further up, you'll see the Lord Castellan that has an even like weirder hat, right?
Ooh, he just scrolls
And-
though.
Yeah, but it scrolls instead of
Scarf.
instead of a scarf. Yeah, it's using the scarf as a scroll. Then the Lord Relictor, yeah, I know, 100%. It turned from I need to go to full on ramble. That's
happens every
me.
time.
I've got ADHD, and yeah, it's the inattentive. But yeah, Lord Castellan, like he's wearing the equivalent of like takeaways that have the kind of rolling text thing in the front
Yeah.
where it tells you like the specials and stuff. Like that's what he's wearing on his head.
I love it.
Just incredible models, right? All of those are just outrageous and spiky. I have drawn blood several times from my paladins. And every time I do, the blood falls on them and gets absorbed on the inside. So I think that's how they get their sixes.
Maybe.
But like
Blood sacrifice.
I love that. I love that. and it does slightly make me sad that the new Thunderstrike are very much like the spear ones and the sword ones, and they all just have slightly different bits of fabric on the exact same armor, whereas these were different helmets, like different headpieces. Like it was just a little bit more visually interesting for me.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah,
The Knight Relictor's got
that was fun.
a fun hat. A fun hat. In the strike.
Yes. Well, I had to change the Knight Relictor hat. You know this.
Yes.
Also, have you noticed how the Knight Judicator has a face that looks like Handsome Jack from Borderlands?
Knight Judicator. Where do you live?
He's Thunderstrike just
Oh my
further
god, he
up,
does. He does.
right?
He does.
I put him together because I have a really nice diorama that I have in mind for building. And yeah, I was putting him together and I was like, that's incredible. Also, Annihilators have the best armor. I don't know who designed it, but they were cooking when they were. They were cooking hard. They were cooking with gas, and that kind of like the neck protection that just the pauldrons go up. Just chef's
Yeah.
kiss. Incredible.
What are the
Full
Ruination
ramble.
Chamber?
Yeah.
How? Because Ruination, I haven't really played much. Ruination are kind of like
Yes.
they're kind of pretty.
That's because they're the unholy children of Slaves of Darkness and Stormcast. If
Yes.
you think about it, it's
Yeah.
basically like, yeah,
Definitely. I like Ruination. I wish their range was a bit bigger. I hope their range gets bigger because they've got like 3 fighters and there's a bunch of leaders. Like I know their leaders like drastically change what they do on the battlefield because they're all little toolkits, which I'm a big fan of. But I would like more dudes. Like, just more regular dudes. Give me some dudes.
it would be nice. It would be nice. It's weird
me
that they
some
put
Marauders.
everything in Thunderstrike. Yeah. Spiky Stormcast. Exactly. For me, it was a chains. As soon as I saw chains all over, I went, yeah, that's for me.
Yeah.
The scrolls that don't anymore have the big giant lettering and they're just scrolls, has made me consider going back and like filling in the
Ooh.
lettering and
Yeah.
doing them scrolls like that so that it
Yeah.
matches across. Lord Veritant. The
I
new
need to
Lord
look-
Veritant I actually don't use. I still use the old Veritant. Because I
Yeah.
painted them up like there was a named warband, not warband, like a named like box from Broken Realms that was Van something, Van Brecht, and there's also like a narrative campaign where it's like it's Van Brecht and his Stormcast guys trying to save the city that Morathi took over.
Right. Yeah.
Does that ring a bell?
A little bit. Yeah.
That was a Broken Realms type of thing just before Morathi ascended. There was a Warcry story, like narrative campaign where one team played as Daughters of Cain, the other team played the Stormcast, and it was Van Brecht who was this Lord, not Inquisitor, Lord. Scroll down a bit. Veritan, Lord Veritan,
Veritan. There we
going
go.
around, yeah, going around and trying to kind of find the source of the conspiracy and all that.
Yeah.
And I painted them those colors and it looks great, and I love them to bits. And
That's
yes,
swanky.
this was a full ramble. I think I'm going to stop here.
We have to. So we had a game of Warcry. So because the number of viewers is going up, by the way, as we ramble. Which, as per usual, our rambles attract more people than our game does. So this stream's been going on now for. It said somewhere before I missed it though. Honestly, oh yeah, almost 3 hours. We finished our game an hour and a half ago, almost. I'm pretty sure. We've rambled for like an hour and a half afterwards, just talking about random shit. You were supposed to leave an hour ago.
I am a fountain of content. It's not good content, but it is a lot of content.
I'm gonna play Sacrosanct and the new office role.
I know, right?
For a
Oh,
Sacrosanct.
Ziggy. Ziggy, don't play with that. Sacrosanct were my first models of Stormcast and still are my favorite. Because think about it. You're already in armor. You're in really thick, heavy armor. And then someone goes, here's your robes.
I love, right, I like
would
legitimately love, you know, like old D&D, right? Old D&D artwork, like old classic fantasy artwork, right? Where like you've got like the wizards and they've always got like that like metal helmet on for like no fucking like it's just a skull cap. It just covers their skull for no reason. It's like a proper vibe from like the 80s and 90s, right? Like I love that the Evocator Primes and basically all the characters rock the metal skull plate and look like 80s fucking battle wizards, and it's just the coolest shit. It looks so goofy in the best way.
Never noticed that. But you are absolutely right, because I was thinking of Xandria, Zurbolt, and then the I really like the Knight Incantor, or Knight Arcanum. One of those two.
Oh,
The
yes.
one has
Apparently,
yarns on the
it's
side.
4 p.m. CST. So now people are like coming home from work. So people are now actually available to come and listen to the ramble. We planned it perfectly.
That's very true, yeah. No, robes on top of armor is historically accurate, but like I'm from helps deal with the weather up, not down. I'm from Greece originally. Like my base like existence is just warm. That's why I'm up in Scotland, because this place is a lot nicer to exist in. Oh, by the way, can we talk about how evocators, the base evocators, are actually pretty decent? 3525, 4520,
Yeah, they're great.
with a little zap to like just
They're pretty spicy. I would run them. I think I've run them before. I've ran Sacrosanct I think twice, and fairly recently. So they're fine. They're fine. They do good work.
Yeah.
I like Rastus and Amos. I think they're both just kind of chill. Chill out with their weird strength 6 for no reason. And Averon Stormsire, like legit, if you like the quad of Flameseekers and want it everywhere, ally in Flameseekers. Or you take Averon Stormsire, who has it very similar ability on a triple called Storm of Eldritch Lightning. It is a longer range, so it's 9 inches, not 3 inches. It always does 3 damage, which is quite nice. And but it's on a 3+. And it's almost the Flameseeker quad, but on a triple. Which is kind of spicy, not gonna lie. But
True.
if you have to go, then
Yes.
I will let you go. It's 10 o'clock now. If someone in chat wants a sneaky game, drop it in now. Otherwise, I think I'll end it there. But dude, thank you for coming along. Thank you for the game. Thank you for, willingly getting tabled by dwarfs.
Don't. Oh man. Oh, you need to play against the Warrior Chamber and just remember your place.
Oh, dude, Stormcast go down hard into Flameseekers. You aren't ready for the shame. You'll be like, oh my god, my guys are dying. What? They're dying faster than I can kill things. They're 4-8. It does nothing.
We'll see. I have a very you've seen my very spicy list, but
have.
I'm probably not going to play it on any of these, so I can inflict it in maximally on the tournament somewhere somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, always a pleasure. Thanks for having me, chat, and I'll speak to you when I speak to you. But yeah, someone jump in and beat this guy.
My head's gone too big. It's gone too big. Smart spears.
Absolutely.
But dude, again, thanks again. I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah. See you in a bit. Bye bye.
Toodaloo. Vaporwave Stormcast would be fun. Vaporwave Stormcast would be really cool to paint. I'm a big fan of Vaporwave stuff in general. Was it Dana Howell does a lot of Vaporwave stuff? I think she would pull it off pretty well. Also, as someone who has worn full chainmail to a Renaissance festival, the robes actually help with the heat. I imagine it's because the metal itself isn't heating up because it's got that layer of cloth to absorb like the sun's deadly rays, right? I imagine that's the case. I am going ahoy. A request for a game into the Discord. LFG online. Anyone around for a cheeky game on stream? Badabish, that's been said. Right. I'll give that like 5-10 minutes, and in the meantime, let's do some list building. Is there anything in? I tell you what. Oh my god, Therian immediately. Let's go. Probably in a second. Chat. Let's put a poll. I don't know if I can actually put a poll into chat or not, so I'm going to just make it up now. Do you want to see more Short Kings? If so, do you want to see Flameseekers or Fire Slayers? Firstly, some more like Flameseeker goodness or some basic Fire Slayers, or do you want to see something completely different? Let me know. We'll see what happens. You can all vote in chat now. Additionally, a commenter on the last Wilders podcast requested a Seraphon video, how to play, and that is my next big project. And I say big project because like doing a K-Knight Shadowstalkers how to play video. Dwarfs. K-Knight Shadowstalkers are interesting because they're short, they're small. They've got a limited number of guys to pick between. So it's a bit of a nightmare when you go into actual full-blown big dick mode compendium stuff. Because it is so big. So going like a model by model basis, it's an actual nightmare. Reviewing, like, I'm still going. I'm still just fucking scrolling. I'm still scrolling through this stuff. It takes so long, not just to record, but to actually edit. Is quite nightmarish. I'm not going to lie. But it is something I'm going to work on for that commenter because I haven't done one for a while, and Seraphon I haven't touched in a long time. So at some point, Seraphon will be getting it done. Sexy. Hop into recording booth 1 when you're ready. Awesome.
Hello.
Hey, Ethereum,
Yeah.
how's it going? Sorry, Evan, that you're pipped to the post. Because 90% of Seraphon models are redundant, sadly. I am sure that my video will be me saying that these are redundant over and over again. I am almost positive.
Like, I got to get my little brother's iPad set up fast, and then I can hold
No
the
bother.
team and hop in.
Bush. I have swapped my feed to TTS, and I actually swapped my actual screen of TTS. Excellent. Phylax is still in the lobby, so I'll make a new lobby.
All right.
Badoosh, there we go. So I don't know how long you were in the stream for, but
I was going in and out.
it ended. It ended with the Dark Oath being tabled on turn 4.
Oh. Oof.
Yeah,
Which one do you want? This one's not working.
it was quite nasty. If chat missed that, it'll be coming up as a video at some point as well on the channel. So check out that if you want to watch the Dark Oath vs Flameseekers. I think I'd like to paint Croxigo. The new Croxigo are beautiful. They're so good. The new Saffron in general are great.
Seraphon are very, very pretty.
They are.
I think the biggest problem with AOS is that there's too many fun models and I can't get into every army.
Yeah, it really is the case. Like, I love how they took Seraphon from being like kind of clunky and old looking because they didn't have new models for like 25 years, and then just released just the core stuff like Croxigo, some skinky stuff, some Rider guys, and some Saurus. And I was like, damn, this whole warband, this whole army looks fucking stunning now because all the big stuff already look good.
Yeah. So many dinosaurs. All right. So the question is, should I pull out Sylvaneth or do I play another death-related army?
Ooh, I haven't played into your Sylvaneth before.
All right, I can give it a shot.
You seemed fairly excited to shoot us with that big ass bow. And
that is true.
Rightfully so. Right, so chat voted. We've got a vote for normal Fire Slayers and just dwarfs in general. The next person to comment, Fire Slayers or Flameseekers, that'll be the warband that I use. I have lists for both.
See, I'm not gonna lie. If we're doing dwarves, I have to go KO because I think they're just the coolest dwarves.
Ooh, I have not played KO in a very long time.
I don't even know what they do.
I am overriding my previous statement of Jack and Pick. We're doing KO. I have the power to do that apparently. So. Oh no.
One. It's pasting in a Discord?
That's weird.
Huh?
That is very unusual. Okay, let's get the
new one.
Bonk. Right. Let's make a KO list. So for Caradon. Not just to like copy and paste like Phylex's list, because it's actually pretty good. I am going to try and avoid doing that by accident. So I'm going to make a mental effort to not just do Phylex's list that I played at Warmer World.
Yeah. What is it doing? Huh? Why is it pasting it into Discord? Never seen
Finally some Finally some fascism I can enjoy. All hail toast. And then I wanted the chat to pick a warband, and when they did, I picked something else. It's not democracy.
Democracy is overrated.
Democracy is overrated. Go ahead here first, folks.
On. What on earth did I do?
I don't even know where to start with KO.
Hold on, I'm gonna close Tabletop Simulator because it's being janky. It's like froze on a Discord overlay for some reason, and I don't know why it did that.
That's unusual. Okay, I'll tell you what, chat.
That was very weird.
I will keep I'll keep Democracy alive. Okay, it's KO, Flameseekers, or Fire Slayers. Okay. First
Part
comment.
of me really does want to actually finally try and beat Fire Slayers, but also fire against tree is historically not good for trees.
That is very true. That is very true.
Right. Can I?
There's so much stuff.
Paste in a warband this time. Why is it doing this? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna. I swear, if I have to type it all out, I'm gonna actually lose my mind. Let me try. Maybe it's like.
KO have won.
Can I paste it into a Word document and not have it go insane? I need to see where the... Okay, well, I'll paste it into that perfectly fine.
Okay, so KO's won the vote. But specifically, Grumpy Guards requested that not with the standard crap. I'm not sure what the
Ooh.
standard crap is, but
Yeah.
enthusiasm will make for a lively stream. I am always enthusiastic. What kind of like weird
I'm
guns
just
do they have?
confused. I don't know why this is the weirdest technical issue I've ever seen.
Is it still not working?
Yeah, no, it's every time I put it into the little place you put it into on Tabletop Simulator, it pulls up like a Discord overlay.
How bizarre.
I know. Hold on. Is there a way to turn it off?
Balloons would be fun. I will put a balloon in.
Why is it doing this? I'm actually losing my mind. I have no idea why it's doing this.
I don't mind throwing the list in TTS and trying to throw it at my side and just tie it over your side of the table.
Sure. Yeah. I'll pop it into. And now I can't get out of the Discord overlay. What the heck?
How
What the frick is wrong with?
unusual. Oh, I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Did I just crash? Back to game.
What if we did like all like chemists?
Game overview. That sounds very funny.
Whole bunch of just flamethrowers.
Okay. Oh,
It kind of fits,
and
guys.
that time I closed Tabletop Simulator by accident. But okay, yeah. I'll paste the list into the. I'll go into the server and put it in.
No, I'll hide in two ticks. I've just made a list on Warcry with chat. That it's literally
Awesome.
it's 8 models and they've all got flamethrowers. So it's all just like an
Nice, yeah.
ungodly amount of short range shooting and nothing else. It just
Well, it's very funny. That feels KOE. I
does.
threw my Sylvaneth into your DM just because I don't know why it's being janky.
I will hop right to that in 2
Okay,
ticks.
yeah, it's
I'm trying to figure out what kind of leader I want. I'll do that now.
usually it's not so janky. I don't know why it's doing that, but here we are. How do I turn off overlay?
The sky pikes. Give me sky pikes.
Awesome. I'm gonna try one more time, see if anything I just pressed fixed it.
I have no idea how to make a KO list. It's like actually, it's kind of stressful. There's so many options, and they're all kind of like the same thing.
Yeah.
All right,
Has anyone in the chat had an issue like this before?
I have never heard of the issue before. I'm gonna quickly
Yeah,
jump
'cause
into
I don't know how to explain it, but I'm gonna
TTS.
see what.
Right. Right. So it's here we go. Bish, bash, bosh. There you go. Ooh.
Thank you, appreciate it. That is so incredibly weird. I don't know why I did that. Only place red models here. These are red models.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yes, I'm playing KO. Chat voted for it. Demetrius, I need your help with this one, okay? I don't know actually how to build a KO list that isn't quote unquote standard spam. And it's causing stress because how do you not spam in KO when they've got like so many good cheap things? How do you resist?
Fair.
It's too spammable. we're definitely having some sky pikes though, like minimum 3 sky pikes. Want some balloons? Do I want melee balloons or shooty balloons? I want to go all melee. Fuck shooty balloons. We're going for melee balloons rather. A custodian is a melee ballooner. As is the engine master with dirigibles. His is really expensive though. I just do sky pikes. Oh yeah, sky pikes seem like a good shout. A custodian 4425. Mizzen master 442. Oh, Kazgan, of course. Kazgan. I forgot he even existed. Kazgan Draxkiwa. He's in the list. Melee, you want to see your opponent's eyes roll when you put them down. Okay, so I've got like
Make them feel confusion and pain.
I want some follow the path of having big hitty dwarf.
I am blessing my bow with strength because it's funny. It's weapon 2.
3 big smashy
Could put
dwarfs.
extra crit damage on, but you know what? It's funnier this way.
125 left. What can I do with
Excuse me,
125
my
points?
allergies have been going crazy today.
Yes, it's been quite pollen-y here as well. It's been fairly
Yeah.
unpleasant. Okay, I'm
Well,
putting in, I'm
it
putting in
hasn't
2
been as
pistols.
bad here. I used to live down south in the States, and it is just all these like big. It's just all trees, and it's all pollen. Like it legitimately turns the entire area yellow.
Oh wow, that seems unpleasant. I'm not going to lie. I think
It's
I'll
certainly
just die.
something. Yeah, and your sinuses will definitely be attempting to kill you like the entire time.
Yeah.
Because like it'll just be perfectly fine one day, then the next day you step outside and your car is covered in a coat of yellow pollen everywhere.
Yeah.
See-
Endringer with hammer is this. Okay, where's Endringer? They all sound the same, dude. I'm not gonna lie, right? They all sound the same.
Yeah,
So my issue with the Endringer, lads, right? The Endringer, his ability is kind of cool, but at the same time, you need like a really elite model for it to work. Like a really elite warband for it to work.
Code Right apparently. Code Right sounds interesting. I don't know what it does, but
It stops you from using abilities until my next activation or until the end of the battle round, whatever comes first.
well, that's funky.
It's kind of funky. Where is?
Let's actually look at KO.
Okay. Actually, you mentioned ending with hammer. There is no ending with hammer. There's a gun. There's a sky pike. There's a freaking chainsaw.
Is it the dirigible suit one or?
I don't know. Fuck it. We'll take the code right.
Edrin harness.
Oh, he's a hero though.
The Edrin harness has a hammer. It looks like. Edrin master with Edrin harness. I don't know if that's what you're looking for though.
Hero for 1 foot. Yeah, I took 2 admirals. Because he's got more attacks, but
Yeah. So you got 2 admirals, a code right.
the Kazgan Drax Skewer.
Yeah.
Let's get a Enric Ironhail because he's really expensive.
Edrin harness. That's what the one guy was asking.
And then we've got a whole bunch of points left over.
How many points do you have right now?
955.
955.
I don't even like Enric Ironhail. You can go in the bin.
Yeah. They don't have a
Oh,
Blade Worm, do they? No, they do.
they
Is
do.
anything exciting?
Kazgan's pretty good. So is Enric Einhail. I'll hire him in. I'll downgrade the admirals.
Does he have a triple for?
Cool. And then we'll
Attack action on the triple's not terrible.
we'll slap in another Sky Pike. Honestly, I don't see the value in the code right in a warband with 9 models. I don't see it doing anything.
I think he's fantastic now.
I'm gonna cut him. Sorry, lads. He's going in the bin.
Like, it's very cool. It's just that ability doesn't seem very useful. Unless he has another one does something else. That's.
So I can drop the code right and take a Bjorgen Thundrick, 8 models, exactly 1,000 0 blessings. That's what we're doing. We've nailed it.
Yeah, that works.
KO, very stressful. Again, they all have the same name. It's like an Endrin this, or a freaking Arco this, or a. It's like, fuck off. Name differently.
What are we doing?
You can add allies. I refuse to add allies. I allied against my will earlier.
I only ally if it's death stuff, because death is cool.
It's clone you.
We like our vampires and we like our bone reapers and we like our ghosts.
Yeah.
I believe in playing the haunted house party.
Well, death are so easy to ally. They're a fun ally faction. Right, so I want like
one in the gash.
A special boy in every deployment group.
I only have heroes.
Dagger sounds aggressive. Enric can go with a big hammer.
Alright. It's going to be my first time playing against KO. I'm excited.
Sky Pikes. I would love another Sky Pikes. I've got like Sky Pikes in every deployment, but I can't really do that. So I'll wing it with this. We'll see what happens.
A lot of little dudes.
A lot of little dudes, and then we'll get some new terrain all started up. Select all. No soul drain, because it sucks.
Soul Drain is the Awakened Wildwoods one, right?
Yeah, it's not ideal to play Warcry on, sadly.
Yeah. No, I was looking so hard for that block specifically for AOS when I had a Sylvaneth army. It's like 2 sets of Awakened Wildwoods and you need 3 of them. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
That is quite interesting. I kind of like. I really dig this like corridor of death.
Yeah, I vibe with that. Honestly, it seems very funny.
I'll do this. There's doors, so there's like a door here. There's a door here.
Yeah. You can get out of said corridor of death.
You've got teleports. I've got fly. We'll manage.
Yeah,
we'll wing
I
it.
have very much. I don't need to go too hard into treasure this time because you're not playing Fireslayers. So I'm not like. If you're playing Fireslayers, I was gonna get real sweaty.
I can imagine.
Need to beat them at some point.
Yeah. Nasty treasures. I'm happy to do the Path to Glory because I think it's just a lot of fun. I think my warband is fairly killy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And we're quite slow, so I think I'm gonna go with honor and just go full on just murder hobo.
You're going full murder hobo.
Yeah, I'm calling you out.
I'm gonna do power.
Power. Ooh, objective and treasure. Ooh, okay. So it's
Yeah.
power
I think
and
I've played
honor.
this one once before. I
Cursed
don't remember what it
Well.
is, but I remember it being funky.
Oh,
yeah. This one.
yes, I played this against Phylax. He was running Warrior Chamber. I was doing IDK. I think as you hold the objective, and if you hold it, you gain a treasure, and you score points for treasures and points for kills. Sexy.
This is gonna
It's
be.
It's 2 points for kills each round, 1 point for every treasure you hold. That's pretty cool.
Oh, my shield's coming in turn 2. No, my big gun.
No, my big gun. No. And the big guns behind all these walls.
I'm gonna have those guys
if only
there, and
big
then
gun
my
was in
hammer's on
dagger,
that one.
she could be up here.
I know. I should have put my
we've-
big gun in dagger. That would
we've
have been the
both been
perfect spot for big
We've
gun.
both been shafted by big gun.
That's a
Let's roll to see who sets up first.
big
Might have
gun is
spent
gonna
a-
do small things.
Yeah.
You got 5?
Got a 5. 2.
I got a
Sweet.
2, so
You can set up first.
alright. Let's see. This my dagger, this is my dagger. Can I start on the stairs? Without fall. Okay. I guess that's something that
Nailed it.
that's exactly how that's supposed to work.
Yeah, the code rate would absolutely work in like a more elite warband, or into hordes and stuff, where you can just like activate it as your last thing and then just completely shut down their abilities for the rest of the game or rest of the turn.
Yeah. I guess I assume KO can kind of go either or.
Oh my god! Don't forget a good. Dude, I'd already forgotten about a good deal. You're right. Battle trait. I need to remember it.
Oh yeah, what's their battle trait again?
So, on any
Okay.
attack action, melee or ranged, I believe, I can make a good deal, which you can't deny. It's too good of a deal. You have to take it. Then for the
Yeah.
next attack action, you get -2 to crit and hit, but you gain a wild dice.
Did I get a wild dice? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool. That's kind of
So-
fun. I like that.
So you can sort of like, if you want something to not die, you can kind of like manipulate it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right, let's get
And I'm sure you know what the Sylvaneth one is, the once per battle. I'm gonna
teleport.
teleport.
I can't. I want to get up here, but I can't get
How
up
often
there.
are you gonna make a
Stay.
deal?
It's once per battle
Once per
round.
battle round? Okay, cool.
It's
potentially-
disgustingly good. Like, it's
Yeah.
really good. It has hurt my Titan's menu time.
Yeah, that sounds a little tricky to deal with, but it should be fine. I'm pretty happy with what I'm doing, because all I need to do is get a Kurnoth into here, and then it'll be your problem.
Yeah. Okay, let's get some
Good luck. We
a
got
defensive formation of
tree man.
spears to protect our Bjorg Thundrick. Excellent. I am all down for this now. So
I'm set up.
I'm going to bring great shame to Firellax with how I play these guys. I'm sure.
Was he a
But
KO
cool.
player?
He played KO at Warhammer World. And he had
Okay,
a
gotcha.
pretty stonkingly good list. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So.
Your door's right there.
I got a triple and a double.
Nice. I will get 2 doubles.
I don't know my abilities, so I'm gonna put these in a little window at the side
I think
so I can read them.
I don't think I need a double. I don't think I need too much stuff for this first one, so I'll probably end up banking. Yeah, I'm gonna bank. You're free to do what you want.
I don't have a quad, so that makes it a bit easier.
Oh, you don't have a quad?
Nope. I don't. Not my
I guess you
actual.
can rampage.
I can rampage, but my warband doesn't have a
Yeah,
innate quad with
that's
them.
neat. Yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
I know my heroes have some built-in quads for massive auras of toughness and strength.
Yeah. Right. Okay, I'm just gonna bank because I think I've got
Yeah.
enough stuff. Sweet. So you have initiative.
That I do. We're gonna start by, I think we're going to move the Spite Revenant.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, that's not where you're supposed to go. Camera. Trade me. We're just moving into here,
Mm-hmm.
and then probably waiting with our last activation.
Okay.
Actually, we'll take a couple more and just kind of push ourselves a little bit further. Ah, that's not where you're supposed to go.
You've gained flight.
Just push ourselves a little. Oh my gosh, what? Why? Stop it. Okay, he's standing there.
Right. So
I tried.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
I'm kind of spooked. I'm a little bit scared.
as you
But
should
we're
be.
going a double move. We can single move. In that case, I'm a wit.
Ooh. Scary.
Keep Bjorgen protected for as long as possible.
Hmm.
With our almost Flameseeker dwarfs.
Yeah. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna move him
They're
It's
only
about
T3. I knew that.
3,
I
and
had no
then
idea. Yep.
I'm gonna fall down here.
Whoa.
Ow. Well, let me take my fall test. Do I take damage?
No.
We do not take damage. We are fine. We have strong knees made out of bark. I don't think I can really spend the double on anything. I mean, I could have just healed the damage away immediately.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we're going to get closer. And we're just going to stand here. And
Aggressively
menacing.
stand there.
yeah, I mean,
That's-
I don't imagine you guys punching through 32 wounds.
Well, that sounds like a challenge now, so I'm going to give it a go. Like, giving that
I mean,
one a
I don't-
go.
I haven't played against them yet, so I don't know what their damage output is like, but
Neither do I. But I am going to use Fight for Profit. So Bjorgen Thunderik, Fight for Profit. Until the end of the battle round, add 1 to attack characteristics of all melee attack actions of friendly fighters within 3. If he's on an objective or holding a treasure, then it's actually +1 to all attack actions, including ranged. He's not. So these are buffed. A smidge. He does not want to get into combat because he is awful in actual combat. So we are engaged.
you're going to want to get stuff on that point, because I do have...
You are not engaged. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's got a
Bjorgen is going to like
Just
hop
run.
the wall.
Run away!
Try and stay within 3 though. Okay. Is there a place you can stand? Yes. He's going to take a step back, so he's still within 3 of his mates, but he's not within 3 of you, and then shoot with his pistol. 3 shots, strength 5, T5. I say a pistol. That's like a freaking cannon.
Thanks for us. That'll be on 3s, yeah.
Big ass cannon he's got there.
What's the
kaboom!
damage on this?
That's 9 damage.
Ew. Ew. Okay, I underestimated their damage. Jeez.
That was a pretty good roll, to be fair, though.
Let's see.
What is that?
How
That
much
is
damage
literally...
is it?
Is that a flamethrower? Or like just a big-ass fucking cannon? I don't know.
It's more damage than I like. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and... we're gonna rush this Scythe Noth.
Mm-hmm.
Or Sword Noth. I've already used
Sword Noth.
Scythe. Yep. Running a whole 10 inches.
Here he comes.
Bonk.
Crikey. Okay.
So we are here to be a threat.
It's just this. These guys, they're just Bjorgen and 2 basic ass 12 sold in the line.
If you hurt him anymore, this guy's gonna come in and beat the ever-living daylights out of him.
Okay, this little shithead is going to stab you in the head.
Alright, go for it.
He's going to use an onslaught. So he gets 5 attacks. +1 for onslaught, +1 for Fight for Profit.
Oh no.
Hitting you on 4s.
That's actually gonna hurt a lot.
Swinging 10 times.
That might hurt.
Die!
It used to be not good.
That's
gonna
10,
hurt.
12, 14, 16, 18 damage.
18. Holy crap. I'm down to 5?
Phylax, I like sky pikes.
I don't love that.
They feel like scale
severely-
breakers, but on the cheap.
severely underestimated how much damage that's going to do.
Yeah. That's kind of spooky. I wasn't expecting that either. But
Ow.
like, overlapping attack blessings on a 2-5 profile seem to do well.
Yeah. That
Doug, oh
hurts.
dang. That's what I thought too. Oh shit.
Okay. Tree Rev is just moving his little butt over.
Yep. This
And
Arcanaut
I'm out of stuff.
is going to stab here. He's
Yeah,
not
I need you
engaged
to
here.
whip.
So he gets 4 attacks because 5 for profit is apparently good.
Yeah. Didn't quite make it into range there. It's unfortunate.
For 2 damage,
Oh, we're living.
you're
You're
alive.
living. We're gonna.
Kazgan Drakskewer. Flying 10.
Yeah, jeez. Oh wait, that's just one move?
Yeah, he's moved 10.
Oh. Oh no.
And then he's going to stab with his 4 attacks, hitting on 4.
What the heck?
We're dedicated to killing this guy now. Die! There we go, that's 9 damage.
Dang. Okay. Well. Shoot, there
That's
goes
That's all the spears.
a large chunk of my army. That's a little unfortunate.
And then Endrin Harness is going to raise deployments and
Yep.
double move to take on reinforcements. And that's
Yeah,
him
I
done.
don't care what it's doing. Yeah. All right.
You get the treasure.
Yep.
That is.
I do in fact get the treasure,
Thing.
and I think we already know where it's going, right?
On a
Remember that.
random dude to teleport away with.
Yep.
So you get 1 point.
He's
for the
gonna be
treasure.
gone.
I get 2 points because I got the kill.
Oh, is it first kill or what's the?
It's
kill
every
score on
it's every kill, but none of my guys died. I think it's every kill, right?
this? Oh
each,
yeah,
It's each fighter,
that's right.
and
Okay, yeah.
you control this objective
thought-
now as well. So you can flip that yours, and then
Yeah.
if you hold this every turn, you'll gain more treasure. So it'll
Yeah.
stack.
Which is definitely something. I'm gonna have to try to kill some stuff now. All right, shall we initiative again?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even do the thing to give me more wild dice.
That is true. I don't think he attacked though, so I couldn't.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you have a double
I've got-
6? That's
I got a double and a triple again.
okay. I have 2 wild
no.
dice.
TTS is just crashed.
Uh-oh.
I will.
Oh no.
I will. Ugh, hang on. I will quickly get it back up and
I
running
think I
again.
misplayed that pretty bad, but I also didn't. I thought you guys would be bad in shooting, or bad in melee, because shooty.
The sky pikes are surprisingly good. They're surprisingly good. Especially for 75 points. Like Jesus Christ. Okay, I've got the
Yeah.
lobby open again. It should be fine. I don't know why TTS crashed for.
Yeah, sometimes it's just they do that.
There we go.
Let me refresh.
Our abilities haven't refreshed yet, and some models are still alive when they're not supposed to be. So I'll just quickly.
I mean, if you want to leave the tree alive, then I'm fine with that.
Nah, it's fine. She can stay dead.
Aw,
Whoa.
sad tree. Sad tree noises.
There we go. I think you just need to move your tree revenant again, and we need to get our dice back basically. So there was a triple. The values don't matter for mine, so let's roll some dice. It was a triple and a double.
Are we?
But
Yeah.
I'm sure it's like a 2 or something. There we go.
Oh. Yeah, let's see. I think I know I had double 6s because I was excited about that.
Yeah.
Oh, but then all these extra dice. I think I had double 6s and double 4s. I want to say. I think
Sounds about right.
that sounds right. Yeah.
You just need to move this one guy, and then back up to the objective, and I think the
Yeah.
game has been successfully reset.
There we go.
Cool. So
Been a
you're spending
refresh.
first.
Yes, and I
only have the
have
one.
2 wild dice. Might have been double 3s. I don't remember. What? How are we gonna spend this? You have. I think we'll do 1 triple with the 4 and then 1 into initiative
Okay.
to hold on to that.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Again, I don't actually know my abilities. Okay, so from
And
10.
then we'll be bringing these guys in here momentarily.
Interesting. I guess I'll just make some a double, a quad maybe. I make a quad.
Yay, quads.
Make a quad, and we'll make a triple.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of guys here. Like a triple wouldn't be too bad.
There are, in fact, a lot of guys over there.
Sure, we'll make a triple.
Let's see. Going to put. Uh-oh.
Oh no,
I am pinging out. Maybe?
you've just disconnected. I'm hoping that's not on my end again. And the
It
game's
looks
about to
like
crash.
it might be on my end. Yeah. Hold on. Well, I just got kicked out. I don't know if yours crashed as well.
The lobby seems to be alive and well.
Okay. Yeah, it might be. I just lost connection for a minute. There's the lobby. Let's see. And we're back, maybe? Question mark? I think I'm back in. All right, there we go.
Yep.
All right, now I'm gonna put my stuff down. And it doesn't quite matter where the spell goes, but. All right.
So I think part of my issue now is that our reinforcements over here and our well dwarfs, so we're a really long way away to be able to help this
Yeah.
like little this
Have
resistance.
fun getting over here.
Sweet. So you've got initiative. So have fun.
Shall we let it
Initiate
rip
away.
then? Okay. All right. First things first. Karnoth bow is teleporting.
Away he goes. Zoop.
Hold on, let me. Need to be 5 inches away from your stuff. Let's see. Okay, I might not be able to get down there. Actually, so we might just park ourselves up here.
So I
We're gonna.
I was informed recently that the Sylvaneth teleport doesn't let you teleport onto platforms. It's
Doesn't?
only it's a battlefield floor thing.
That's new. Okay, you know what? I can just teleport into the tube here.
I'll double check it though. Remove this fighter from the battlefield and set them up anywhere on the battlefield floor. Yes, you can't actually go onto a platform.
No, I mean I guess that makes sense, but yeah. Okay, so we're parking back here, and if I remember correctly, nothing in here is actually in combat range.
Nope, they're all 1.1 or more away, so you can fire away.
Who do I want to shoot to death? That's the question.
All of them.
Which one has the scariest damage?
They're all the same damage. He's just really fast.
Yeah. Are these all strength? These are strength 4. I don't love that. I'm gonna double shoot Yorn.
Yep.
This guy. See if we can
Bjorgen.
spike some shots.
Fire away.
Alright. First shot. Do you have any reactions?
I do. I've got return fire, so I can it's basically counter, but it works on range attacks too.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
I am going to use a good deal.
Oh,
So
what
it's
does this do
minus
again?
2 damage, minus 2 crit.
-2 damage, -2 crit,
So
but I get a
you're
wild
one-
dice.
Yeah, so you're a 1-2 profile on
1-3?
just the first shot.
Okay. So it's -2 to each.
Each, yes. It's you're a one.
So I'll go to 1-3.
Yes. Yeah, to a 1-3. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong profile.
Oh yeah, you're good. Why? Oh, those dice stayed. Okay, I got 1 for 1.
Let's take.
And then
I'll
I
take
think we
damage.
probably ought to toss these dice in the... Oh, I took away the middle one. No,
No,
the purple one.
careful, careful removal.
Yeah. Grabbed another one. Yeah, all those.
To the void. Whee!
This one guy.
Is locked there forever, apparently.
Yep. Okay. Well, I don't think that's gonna hurt anything. Roll 3 dice.
That's enough.
This is the second shot.
4.
Another 4 damage.
Okay. 1, 2,
Probably
4.
could have put more into a different target, but eh.
Okay.
Okay.
So I like a good deal. That was satisfying. I'm sure it'll bite us in the ass because he's not got a free wild dice, but
Kind of annoying.
I'll take it for now. I can't shoot him. I can't shoot him either because he's engaged. So the only real target is this guy or this guy. I'm gonna fight for profit. Seems like a good
AoE?
idea. Yeah, fight for profit.
Like melee attacks.
I've got another one. What's it called? That is not great. So I've got another one called Atmospheric Isolation to reduce your attacks by 1. But when you've got like 4 attacks, I don't think it's particularly useful, honestly. Yeah, I use 5 for profit to increase my damage output on all these guys, basically. And then he's got a double tap into this Revenant.
Sounds good.
Hit you on 3s
All right.
with his... I want to say 3 shots.
I don't believe I have any counters or anything, so you are good to blow him up.
Fire the cannons! For 2 damage.
2 damage? Okay.
And I'll fire the cannon again, this time with more accuracy. That's 9.
9? Ow! Jeez. Just one shot him.
The cannon
drop
of the gods. And that's him done.
Yeah.
Okay. Phylax, if you're still here,
I don't love how much I'm losing right now.
if Alex is still here, this is dangerous because like they're kind of good. I'm enjoying just like
Oh no, he
these are
found
just,
more dwarves.
these are scale breakers, but 20 points cheaper. They don't have access to ignite weapon or anything, but like they're still like, you know, the 3, 4, 2, 5 profile for 75 points, 12 wounds. So that's kind of as a dangerous
Here's what I'm thinking.
place to be in.
You're going to...
That's what was far spreader than a cannon. Maybe.
What do we got over here? 3-inch, 3-inch, 3-inch. Did any of these have scary guns?
Henry Guy Hill's got a pretty scary gun.
That's a kind of scary gun, but I can't see him. So the question, because this guy has a net,
Oh yeah.
but I don't think I can really get the most out of it right now. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna double swing this by Revenant into this guy.
Go for it.
Try to get some plink damage in.
You'll take it on
it's
his
gonna be-
metallic chin.
All right, 4 attacks on 4s. You get a hit and a crit, so 4 damage. And then swinging again.
Mm-hmm. Ha!
Double crit, so 6 more damage.
He's not 12, so he's hurting. He did
It's
be
kind of
hurting.
nice. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get.
Right. This Arcanaut is going to stab into this guy here. I'm going to poke you with pokey sticks.
I'm not going to do anything.
Hitting you on 4s with 4 attacks.
All right.
I've got quad still. Use that later on. Kashwing. That is 7. Sorry, that's 7 damage. And
That's a
then
lot of
I'll do it
damage.
again.
All right, go for it.
That's another 5.
Another 5. Okay, that takes me down to 16.
And that is my dwarf done.
All right, I'm going to go and activate him. We're going to spend our double to heal ourselves. I believe that's 6. Let me make sure it is a B value again.
I believe it is.
That's still the Spite Revenant. Why is it not switching over to him?
I've got the same ability though, right? So draw from the
Yeah.
Spirit Song. It's full
Yeah,
dice.
so he heals 6. Yeah.
Okay.
So
he's
he is
at
up to 22.
22.
Then he is not quite within range. Let's see. This pokey guy is a little annoying. Don't know if I want to be within range of that. And what is this thing? I think I can just... I think if I legitimately just scoot this way slightly, I can actually just hit him. And I still want to kind of be towing on the objective, funnily enough. So, I literally just had to tow in that 1 extra inch.
Yep.
Or one extra quarter of an inch there.
Yeah.
Right. So, him into him.
Swing away.
It's going to be 4 attacks.
Hitting on 3s.
Strength 5. Jeez.
I'm T3.
Yeah. Alright. Preparing for...
Ooh.
That is 9 damage.
I am down to 3.
Yay.
I am wounded
And
and I've been
that's
bleeded.
him expended.
This little guy.
Gonna move and
Start
poke.
the slow advance. I want to stay out of actual engagement if possible. So I'll move slightly further back and just take a step to this little corner.
Yep.
Good enough. And you'll switch. Hang on. Bubbles will get me. Make sure you're still in the bubble. Here we go. There you go. I think
Or you
it's
can
four.
just hop out of the bubble. I think
Never.
you should hop out of the bubble.
Bubble's too important. I spent dice on it. Must be in bubble. 4 dice. Hit on 4s. 9
Oh,
again.
that hurts.
Consistent 9 every time.
That hurts a little bit more than I would like. What does that take me to? 22 minus 9.
13, I think.
13? Yeah, that sounds right.
Dropping the
So
quick
he's down to
maths.
13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, hold on. This guy's already expended. We're going to... we're going to go ahead and spend our triple to teleport the tree revenant.
Yoop. Away he
Let
goes.
me make sure I'm 5 inches away from you guys. And him. So right outside 5. And then we're going to move over here, pick up the treasure.
Yep.
We're just moving like that much to pick up the treasure.
Yep.
Yoink. And then we are moving
Like 3-ish inches.
3-ish inches over to like right here.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Enric Ironhail's going to go.
I'd like to
He's
have
gonna
killed
go,
the model by now.
Inch to here. Climb the 3 up and like a little bit across here. So that's like a... That's... 4.5. I've got 1.5 left, so he'll move his 1. 1. 0.5.
Get him right up there.
Nice and up there. Good sight lines to start.
Yeah,
Pelting
be a
people.
pain.
Or just get immediately sniped by him. Is option number 2.
That is true. I can
Instantly
just
domed.
absolutely blast him in the face. He's got 30... Wait, no, that's my guy.
14.
14 wounds, yeah, that's doable. Granted, there's a lot of shenanigans back here that I don't love. I don't think I played the Summoneth very well. I haven't played them as much. What else do I got left? I just have this guy, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see. We are going to think. Did I use all my stuff? Oh, I did use the teleport already. Yes.
Yeah, you healed on that double as well.
What do we do? The hardest part is that there's not a whole lot of stuff I can hurt that well. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna climb up here. How high was this? Like 2-3 inches?
It's at 3 inches.
3 inches? Okay, so he's got a 4-inch move. Okay, so 3 inches up and then 1 inch. Basically just double moving in a base. We're into combat with him.
But now I can't shoot you.
Exactly.
But I wanted to shoot you.
Cool.
Wow.
No shooting for you.
Wow. Engine Master with Engine Harness is going to go. He'll go 2 to here. Climb the 3. Move the 1. Like so. Then Rampage 2.
Yay.
Ah.
Oh yeah, you have a rampage.
I'm going to pop the Rampage.
Ew.
It's only 3 attacks,
Yeah,
though, which is kind of underwhelming.
Yeah, but he's T3. Only 10 wounds.
It's hammer time. Kershwing! That's
what
damage.
you like to see, baby. That's what I like to see right there. All right. Cool. Wait, when did he get treasure? Wait, why does this one have treasure?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, because I only give it to him. I don't know. That's weird. Okay.
That was quite odd.
Okay, that's something. All right. Oh, we haven't been. You killed 2, and I scored 1 for the treasure in the first round. Looks like it deleted those at some point.
Yeah.
And you got another one this round, so you're up to 4.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, over to you.
It's just me, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. This guy's going to double swing into the Spike Revenant. Hitting on 3s. Big hammer time. That's 8. He'll swing again.
Did you swing?
So,
that guy over there.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's in the 6.
10?
That's 8 plus 6. That's more than 10.
Yep,
So that's him done. And 2
You're
points.
losing guys rapidly, and I don't think my strategy of throwing chaff at stuff is working very well.
The damage is it's the 5 crit on everything. Like if they roll 6s, they just hit really hard. He's just going to fly in.
All
He's
right.
too valuable to get into combat, I think, though. So yeah, he was like ever so slightly like fart over here, and then stab with his 4 dice, hitting on
All right.
4s. Kapok. For 6.
Remind me of toughness blessing when you're not playing against fire slayers.
Yeah.
6. He's
Yeah.
down to 5 again. I don't love this.
And then this
All
dwarf.
right. Just this guy in the back. Yeah.
Do a little sprint. Get his cardio in for the day.
Why are dwarves so hard to kill?
Because we're dwarfs. We're hardy.
It's also just because like I always have very placid damage output on all my stuff because I cannot roll to save my life. But
I do roll quite high. More often than not, which is, rolling a consistent 9 damage on like 4 dice is like, it's kind of bullshit.
yeah, well, it's a little. I'm gonna give a treasure to my guy, and I'll take my 2 points.
Yep, you have more wild dice as well to pump up.
Yeah.
I just have a double.
I don't like that
too
initial
happy with
voice.
that.
I got 2 doubles. 2 doubles and 2 wild dice.
I need to check for win recognition. A visible me. Oh, that totally works. Sweet, I'll make a triple. Looking sort of like black, I'm sure.
All right. Well, just gotta. I'm gonna make a triple out of this 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I don't really have much more to do besides either bank or make another double. I guess I'll make another double.
Doublers.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Okay. I'm going to start with Kazgan Draxkewer.
All right.
And he's going to use win recognition. I'm just going to make sure that I'm reading this right. A fighter can use this ability only if they are within 6 inches of a Bjorgen Thundrick, and it is the 3rd battle round or later, which it is now. This fighter can make a bonus attack action.
All right. I will.
I'll do that.
Is it? What's your strength on it?
Just 4.
4. I want to live. It's only got 5 wounds. We will do Vengeful Spites. So every hit is 1 damage to you, and then every crit is 2 damage.
Okay.
Just
Shrink.
counter in reverse.
I missed them all.
I should have countered.
I'll swing again because that was my free action. I've got another 2, so I'll stab again.
Fine. I'll just do it again.
Yep.
He takes damage. He dies.
That's 10.
But you're gonna take 4. I knew he wasn't gonna live that. There was just like 3 attacks going into him.
And he's going to move 10 into combat.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go and activate the bow. The bow has just as good melee. So bow.
It's for the 3 attacks. Yeah, it's pretty spicy.
Yeah. Is it shift? What? How did I pull that up again? I need to figure out how to unbind the Discord thing. I guess.
This could be weird.
Okay. And we're going to go ahead and pop Onslaught.
Cool. I'm going to offer you a good deal. So good you can't deny it. So you're at 1-2 profile in the first swing.
All right. And so it'll still be on 3s.
Yes.
But 4 attacks on 3s.
I take 1.
You will take a singular damage.
And
I'm going to swing. Again.
I die.
This time, I think you're going to die.
14, I think, right? 4, 8, 12?
Yep, 14.
Oh, 12. Because you're a...
These are 2 damage each.
Yeah. I'm 11-1.
You're on 1? Oh my gosh.
I'm 11-1.
The amount of times you've been alive on 1 is astounding. That's horrendous. Oh my gosh.
Kazgan, Draxkewer. I mean, I would have preferred if like the good deals on this roll, honestly, because that would have been devastating to the damage output. But I'll take it. I'm alive, so better than being dead.
Stupid.
Bjorgen's gonna unload his Uber cannon and try and blow this guy's head off, basically.
Okay.
Hitting on 3s. Kaboom. That's 2.
2, okay.
And then kaboom, number 2. And that's 4. So he takes 6 overall.
6 overall, so he's down to 4. We're going to actually go ahead and activate that guy.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to walk over here.
Yep.
In range. We're going to punch you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to spend my triple to teleport.
Yep, hit on 5s. So a single hit
5
is all you need.
Yeah, just anything goes through, please.
He lives. He's a
and
god.
then teleporting away.
Yep.
Whee! Hold on.
Zoop.
Whee! Come and get me if you can.
Never to be seen again.
And he's gone.
Okay.
This dude should have been dead, and it makes me mad.
Okay. Hammer guy. Going to hammer this guy.
All right.
Try and take him out.
He's
Hit on 3s.
almost certainly dead.
Do you wish to react?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do Vengeful Spites.
Kershwing. That is 8.
8.
take 2.
Okay. So he is dead, and you take 3. Because one of those was a crit.
I should be 2, right? Of our misread Vengeful Sprites. Oh,
It
of
does
course.
2 to a
It's
crit,
the opposite. It's the opposite. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's counter, but on the reverse, yeah.
My brain was like, he did counter when it wasn't. It wasn't counter. He's then going to.
And I have 2 guys
Shoot.
left.
1.6. He's jumping out the window. Fuck it. He's going to jump the window. And just land on here.
Yeah.
Was great.
Take that effect.
Great style. That little front flip. That's him done. 4 damage, of course, though. He's a dwarf.
Yeah.
He's got sturdy legs, so he's fine. He's used to falling great heights.
It'd be really funny if it just did 6 damage then. 3 damage, whatever the max was again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out of stuff. I can't
It's
do
all
anything
me
else.
now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
That's all.
Because trees are not very durable to gun, apparently.
Apparently not. So can Enric actually?
Granted, I built this list specifically to be like, I'm just gonna run away with treasures from Fire Slayers or Flameseekers, and then now these guys have better shooting than I do, and it's oh no, it's a lot of gun.
Oh no. So I'm trying to stand on here, but apparently, he just becomes highly elevated because of the hitbox of the terrain all across the.
He's
So he's just hovering. So I'll put him back down.
he's ascending.
Cause I'm pretty sure I can get a bead on that little guy over there, but I think I have to like, jump off this cliff to do it. So
I think your guy should take fall damage and break his spine to do that.
I hope so.
That would be funnier.
2.3. He's gonna like leap down.
I think.
I'll
Pretty
turn
sure I've already
2D
lost this game. I don't think I can catch up.
There we go. And he's going to fire 6 times right on that guy's face. This fucking Gatling gun. Let's try and take him out.
Oh no.
Apparently, pure spite, apparently. That's 4 damage. 3 damage, sorry. You're 11 1.
Damage?
11 1.
How does it feel?
It feels terrible. The game's against us.
Sure.
Why can't I kill things faster? He'll move there. He'll move here.
Me with 2 guys left, and I legitimately don't know how you're. Every time I try to kill anything with more than like 20 wounds, it does not die. I do not know how you just instantly exploded a Kurnoth.
I don't know.
It's like my
Rolling
math is
6s
so-
seems to work.
My math is so scuffed from the amount of times like I'm like, okay, I know from experience this guy won't die unless I put like 3 turns worth of 3 guys into it.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, it's like this guy has the same health profile as the thing I couldn't kill. It should be fine going into combat with 2 guys, right? Immediately dead.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
It's the AoE attack buff plus an onslaught. Like rolling 10 dice on 2-5, like it hit pretty well. And then there was like, another guy next to him, and then he got shot. And I was like, okay, that's like it was a fair amount of like just dice being thrown with like all that 2-5 profile.
Yeah.
It just worked out that way. It just works, right?
But fair, like sometimes they just roll hot, but it's like I'm still newish to Warcry. I've been playing a lot of games recently,
Yeah.
but it's like some of the math still gets me like, oh, Huh. Huh. That doesn't seem
I-
like how that's supposed to go.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like think about the maths all that much. It's more just like this is 2-5. 2-5 can do good sometimes. Let's roll dice and see if do good happen.
It's
And that's
supposed to hurt,
basically-
right?
That's basically my thing. If I roll 6 good, and 6 is very good. 2-5 is a very good profile.
6 is good. Yes.
Phylax, Lord Phylax, Demetrius, he buffs them to 2-6 out of spite. So when they land their crits, they're just like unbelievable, and they're still only 85 points.
Screw
Like,
you
only.
specifically.
As they get push. And his takeaway from that, because he did it fairly recently, was like, it felt really good and really dirty at the same time, and I can't get enough of it. It's like, yeah, welcome to the club. So that's me all done there.
Legitimately, the only way I think I win this is if I get a rampage and he somehow survives and gets like a triple.
He just goes and just like murders a whole bunch of guys.
Yeah, like he would have to kill this entire blob and live.
Yeah, because you get what, like 6 points, which will tie it up, and you score 2 objective points.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could potentially, if you killed everything here, could totally do it.
Which is kind of a tall order. Not gonna lie.
Toast, is the scatter in defiled ruins too big? It seemed massive when I was building those maps. I actually legitimately really like this map.
This layout is very cool. I like it.
I think competitive players would be very upset with it if they were playing like,
But
competitively,
it's
because
very
there's
cool
so
otherwise.
much like stuff clogging the way, and they only like 2 doors in the worst places imaginable.
Yeah.
But I love
Kind of hard
it.
to access the middle, but
It's really cool. I like this this corridor of death, where the game just operates in with like these overhangings for like range units. Like, kind of digging it, not gonna lie. I like it. So might not be the best person to ask. What they consider match play was crazy. Yeah, match play is like perfectly symmetrical and no terrain. That's like, that might be mean, but like from what I've seen of like some of like the match play boards outside of Warhammer World, it's terrain light, I'll say.
Oh. He legitimately doesn't have enough tax to get the triple. So yeah, I think you just win. Because the only way I would get a triple kill is if I triple crit this one guy. I have to kill him in 1, rampage, kill him in 1, and then I have to hit him with a triple crit.
Perfect roll.
Yeah, it would have to be a series of perfect rolls in succession.
Yeah.
So I think you win this pretty handily. Good
Do you
game.
want to call it that? Or
Probably.
do you or do you want to do the last turn and see what you can do with it?
The only thing that could happen is if I got a quad. I guess we're doing this.
It's a quad 6. Oh my god, we're doing this.
The game said play the game.
Ziggy joined chat. He granted you a quad 6. You've got an extra wild dice as well, because you've got. I gifted you one.
Oh yeah, you gave me one, and then I get that one.
Uh,
But they're not gonna do much for me. I guess I could try to take initiative. Just already have
Yeah.
initiative. I guess I can make a double 5. See if we need that. And take initiative.
I'm going to make a quad. I don't know. Sure, quad. We'll do it. I'll join the
not?
crew.
It's funny. All right, we're gonna let this rip here in a second. I'm not rampaging yet. I'm doing the first swing, and then I rampage.
Go for it.
All right, so swinging into this.
I use
rampage.
return fire, so for every miss you get hit for. It's just counter, but with a fancier name.
Okay. And can be used on range.
Yeah.
3 attacks on 3s.
Mm-hmm. Kazgan just
Got
dies.
one. Just
Really?
dies, just barely. Then we rampage.
Then we rampage.
And then we hit this guy. It's weakened already.
Yep.
got a crit. He's dead.
Oh shit!
Do we make the hero play? All right, last guy.
It's happening.
Triple crit. That's all we need is a triple crit.
Oh no!
Nope.
So close.
Aw.
Dang it. Okay.
Well, it was a good try. We brought the points up a lot, and it makes it hurt a lot
Yeah.
less. Over to you.
Definitely that. So he's going to disengage. Just so our
Okay.
guns have something to fire at.
Yeah.
And then he's going to stab with his
Yay.
stabby stick. I hit on 4s. That's 4.
4 into him. Okay.
Then you've got your teleport.
Okay. I don't have any teleports left. That's unfortunate. Okay, so I guess we just double move this guy and shove him into the corner.
Can't see him now.
And
so I
then
can't. He's invisible.
anything else you want to do? Yeah.
He's
just-
truly invisible now. He survives.
Yep. He lives.
Enric's just going to fire 12 times.
Yeah. Go
Unload
ahead and
his-
shoot all your shots. See if he
His
dies.
Gatling gun. He misses all of them.
Let's go.
Just
Okay, there's a chance he lives for the. Oh, you got a treasure, don't you? Ah,
yeah,
yeah, you have the treasure,
he's got
so
it,
you
yeah.
would still win. Either way.
This lad's going to fire off into him. Just double
Alright.
tap it, hit on 3s. Boom, 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 boom. Holy shit. 2, 4,
That-
6, 8, 10, 15.
Is not great for his chances of survival.
The
down to
Bjorgen
13
cannon
now.
never fails, apparently.
Yeah.
He's fine, he's
Hurt
done.
a lot.
I should probably use the rampage earlier.
Probably.
Oh well. He's got a rampage. Hang on. Timons.
Okay, bud.
End activation. Okay. So he's going to just rampage in. Whee.
Rampage and then triple hammer.
Yep. 9 attacks.
Yeah, you
Hitting
can-
on 4s.
All right. Good chance it does it in.
Kershwing. That's just all the 6s.
That looks dead.
5, 10, 15, 20, 26, 29. Just that was.
He died.
He was.
Yeah.
You killed his friends. Just boom. Get fucked.
Yep. And then yeah.
These
Okay.
just chill.
So now I drop a treasure. I don't think you actually have anything that can pick up the treasure.
No, I don't think
we'll
so. They're
get
too
one,
far away, or
so-
they're too awkwardly placed.
Yep.
I do
So
nab.
I
I
think
do
you-
nab one though.
Yeah.
So I get
You go up to a nice
2,
10, and then you're.
2. So
Yeah.
despite how aggressively murderous that game was, the fact that it ended 10 to 15, it's kind of wild.
Yeah. That's kind of. That was just. 'Cause the problem was there was a lot of damage stuff that I just couldn't kill the rest of the way. And I absolutely
Yeah.
misplayed the scythe at the beginning there. That was incredibly stupid.
It's like one of those things where like I do it sometimes too with my big tanky stuff like my Night Shrouds and stuff where it's like this guy's really tanky, you can heal really easily. Let's get him into combat with like some guys and it'll be completely fine. And then like, the
Yeah.
rolls just go really south and then suddenly you're dead.
And he
It's like,
immediately eats
oh.
it. Yeah.
And
If I
it's
think
like
if I'd had
it's
like
kinda
a
spooky.
rampage or something, like if I'd had this last rampage on my first turn,
Yeah.
it would have been a much different story because then I could have just ripped
Yeah,
through everything with him. But yeah,
Yeah,
the
like
fact
5.536 is horrifying. Even with like if I popped like a good deal to knock it down to like a 5.514,
that 4, yeah,
that's still not
still
a
like that's a lot of
bad
damage. Like
profile.
a little full dwarf, yeah.
And then you throw out obviously the second attack comes in and the third attack comes in and it's like, okay, they're at full power. Yeah, it would have went very differently, I think, very quickly had he had a rampage opportunity.
Yeah.
I am very impressed
obviously-
with KO.
Yeah, they're kind of scary. Like, that was
the-
a lot of damage.
The Engine Masters didn't do that much. The 3535, they're cheap. for like a 3-5-3-5, they're kind of fine. I do wish they had one more attack, and I know they can get it with on a double. They get +1 strength, +1 attack, so they go to a 4-6-3-5, which is a wild profile to have. That's like Annihilator Primes for like 60 points cheaper. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
So they are good. I just didn't get the opportunity to use it because they were so far away. Like one deployed here and one was like over here, right? So they were quite cut to use their abilities. Bjorgen's cannon though, that 3-5-2-5.
That hurt a good bit. That was
That's as good as your bow. Like, your bow is that strong. But this guy is only 170. And then buffing guys near him, you can reduce your attack. If you had like 3 attacks, I would absolutely like reduce that to 2 with his other triple. If Kazgan or I realize if Enric was nearby on turn 3, he gets 3 attack actions being near him.
Yeah.
Which is kind of insane as well. I don't think I think Enric's like maybe a bit of a Hail Mary trap, like 6 shots, strength 3, 1-3. Is it kind of fine?
Yeah, that's
he's very expensive though. Like for the same price, I think I'll be happy. I just taken or a similar price, like taking like a mortar, for like a 3-3-3-6. I think I'll be fine with that. Or even just taking an Aether Cannon for the 1-5-5-10. Just to fuck out of that, right? I think maybe a bit
there's
of
a bunch of guns pointed at me.
Yeah. But those spears, holy shit! Like, I know people sing the praises of the 55-point dwarfs, because they're just as still got 12 wounds, still toughness 3, like whatever the dwarfs, but they're 55 points with a pistol and a basic chaff melody profile, so 3-3-1-3.
Yeah,
I think they're so cheap, and they're so efficient. But that sky pike though, fucking hell, like
that hurt a lot. Yeah,
it's a good ass. That's a really good spear. For 75 points. Like, they do work. Like, a shit ton of work.
I was scary to deal with.
I'll play this again. I'll refine the list more, because it was a bit stressful putting it together. I'll refine it some more. But, damn. Next project after UK Games Expo might actually be KO. Might bite the bullet. And play more dwarfs.
I mean, honestly, it seems fun. They seem fairly solid.
I want more abilities is my takeaway, because I didn't have many because I stuck through it together. This guy into flying things is actually kind of insane, because his double master of the skies is again +1 damage to hits and crits if you're targeting flying things.
That's pretty solid.
So he just flies in, just starts fucking stabbing you with his his 3-6 profile out of nowhere. But it applies to their guns as well. So his gun goes to a 2-3-1-4, a 2-4, sorry. There's other guys who have this. All the balloon guys have this, I think. So their big guns are like 2-5-3-6. They go to like 2-5-4-7. I think, Jesus, look at it. If you're flying, you're dying, and there's nothing else they can do about that. Yeah.
It's like something very scary has dropped directly into my face. Oh no!
That was an interesting game. I think it was definitely an element of luck came into play with just the sheer amount of damage that came out on turn
a
1,
little
turn
bit,
2.
and then I misplayed I think that was still a misplay. Like I put myself into a much worse position than I should have really been in. But
I think it's like when you've got like, it's like with the last game I had with the stalkers. Like when you've got like almost, or I think was it 60 exactly 60 wounds, or like 60 wounds
it's
worth
hard
of
with
sheer
the elite
bulk.
stuff.
So you've got 60 wounds. Surely 3 dwarfs can't cut through 60 wounds worth of bulky tree, and then 60 wounds of bulky tree fall down into attack action over two turns. It's like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah, it's like
maybe they do die of that.
I think that's the hard part with like getting the elite stuff, because it'll survive a little bit longer than most stuff that will just explode in one touch.
Yeah.
Like 1 or 2 attacks. But you would need to get so much more value out of it because it's eating up such a big chunk of your list.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues with Warcry that I think people have is that The attack, the rolling dice for attacks is so swingy.
Mm-hmm.
And other games aren't necessarily quite as swingy as Warcry. Like there's you've seen with Ossiarch, like, oh cool, I've got Ossiarch Bone Reapers. They've got 1/5 profiles. I either do no damage or I do 5 times the damage on a 6. It's like that's a massive increase in damage. Like in 5 times the damage because I rolled a 6. Holy shit!
Yeah.
And these guys are, they're doing
like
almost 3 times the damage on a crit, and it hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts a lot.
Some kind of similar philosophies with like the hit crit stuff, but there's a lot more ways to get like re-rolls or get lethal, like whatever to make more chances to crit. So it's like you can either somewhat consistently play around crits, or you have stuff that doesn't really rely on crits.
Yeah. I think I would prefer more profiles that were a bit tighter. Like, for example, like I like a 3/4 profile. There's a couple that have been added recently in the grand scheme. Or it's like the Wilder Fiend's one of them. It's like a bunch of attacks, fairly high strength, like 3/4 damage. And it's like, damn, that's a really reliable profile. It ain't spiking anything special.
Not too bad.
You can just you go you kind of know what you're going to do. Like no one's surprised by it, but it's nice and reliable. Whereas like I go in with my 5/5/2/6 in Cypher Lords, and it's like this guy is either going to kill everything because I rolled a bunch of 6s on 10 dice, and it's just like a bajillion damage, or he's done nothing because you only rolled his 2 damage, and that feels kind of bad. And I think that the massively swingy profiles are inherently feels bad. So I would like some tighter profiles in Warcry to be more prevalent.
I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
And I say that whilst I played dwarves who are exclusively T5 profiles, So, I say that, but I play them.
Dwarves, man, yeah. It's like they're all like T4, T5, and then like, Well, I think that's part of why Fire Slayers are driving me up the walls, because they're very consistent in a very inconsistent game. It's like,
yes, Fire Slayers.
I can't consistently put out the same damage.
Yeah, Fire Slayers are like when I first started playing them, what really drew us to them for a long time when I was playing for almost a year straight was I couldn't be done with the randomness, and I just wanted to be like, cool, I roll my dice and I am doing like this amount of damage at the the minimum. I will do 5 damage. And
because you don't have whips. Yeah,
I can plan around that. So well, I know I'll do. These 3 guys can all ignite this turn. That will do 15 damage. This will definitely kill this one guy, no matter what.
Yeah.
And that's kind of fine. I can work off that. If I roll better and I roll average, he'll die faster. But I can at least go, I am not going to completely whiff.
Yeah.
I blame my love for Vulcans on toast. Damn right, you should. Vulcans are awesome. Unless you're playing against them, and then less so.
More power to you. I cannot get into the Flameseekers, like Fire Slayers, any of. I just don't like the aesthetic.
Yeah.
Dwarves do not do it for me, and that's okay. Everyone has their own thing.
I used to, when I was younger, when I was a wee toast, I used to love the Slayer models in old fantasy. And like how every Slayer was like a rank. So you got like a group of Troll Slayers whose champion was a Giant Slayer, and the leaders were like Dragon Slayers or Demon Slayers. And it was really cool. It was really thematic and really funky. They were terrible from what I remember, though. But they were also really expensive because they were all metal.
Ill.
So when I got back into the game and I was playing Warcry, I was like, oh my god, there's actually like a Slayer-based... There's 2 factions now. Great. I'll pick up the Warcry-specific one. And it was like, beautiful. Yeah. This is what I want my big-ass, like, demon-slaying dwarves to be. Naked and on fire. Like... This is perfect.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, my army aesthetically, they're almost always like the My Chemical Romance emo armies. We got the edgy monsters. We got our skeletons and our ghosts and all that fun stuff.
Right? You can't beat a bit of death.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
I like my monsters.
It's a universally cool warband theme.
Yeah. I've always been like my first pick's almost always a monster guy, like
Yeah.
in any game.
Hmm.
Like in the very brief dark ages when I played League of Legends, I always went with like Kha'Zix or the like monstery stuff.
Yes.
I missed Aurelion Soul.
I remember going insane on League of Legends back in my early
I hated it.
mid-teens.
That's
I've never felt rage like quite as strongly as playing League of Legends. Like,
oh yeah, no, like I think
pure hate I had for life whilst playing it was unmatched.
Yeah, I think there was one time where I legitimately almost like I was like this was a dark period because I was like throwing stuff around and like actually just like just fuming so hard I almost blacked out. It was insanity. I don't know
it happens.
why
Like, there's something about League that like the people who play it, you will go insane eventually.
It is a blight upon this world that should
really
be eradicated.
What's worse, the worst and best part is that everyone who's playing it is doing the exact same thing. They are just as like rage-filled and hateful for what they're doing, but they can't stop.
Yeah.
It's like
and then they just take it out on their poor jungler. You know,
and people go back to it. Like I've got friends who've never who've briefly escaped League, but keep on going back to it. Like they still play it. It's like, dude, like last year you put your fist through your monitor, dude. Like stop playing.
Yeah, I've been
this time
for
will
like
be different.
3 years
This time
now.
I'll hit gold rank. It's like, dude, come on.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't even bad at it. I think I got to I don't remember where I got on PC. Because for a long time I didn't have a PC, so I was playing the mobile version.
Right. Yeah.
And on that one, I think I got to like Masters or something, which is much less of a flex than getting the Masters on PC. But yeah.
I used to
There's something.
the more I played, the more I veered towards playing roles within the game that required little to no interaction from people because I couldn't be arsed with them. So I started playing like support, but that required having a good fucking AD carry, so I avoided that. Started playing mid and top for a bit. Realized mid and top like require the jungle constantly, so I was relying on the fucking jungler to do his job. Couldn't be fucked with it. Started playing jungle, and I was kind of like, okay, this is my place now, but I'll play jungle. I'll play my own little mini game, and it's fine. And yet somehow, even that role, as chill as it is comparatively,
jungle gets the most hate.
Rage.
Far.
It is. Everyone hates you. So as chill as the role is, everyone hates you at all times. Every issue that happens is always your fault. It's like, for fuck's sake, I'm fucking done with this.
Yeah, because I started with jungle when I was first learning, which was horrible. Because you're learning and then you're also getting jungle flamed and stuff, which is awful.
Yeah.
Then I did support for a little bit. I played Thresh. I loved Thresh. He was cool.
Thresh is fun. I like Thresh.
Yeah, and I never hated the character designs. It's the game itself that was an issue.
Yeah.
And then before I ended off, I was playing Old Aurelion Soul, and I played him up until the rework, and then they reworked him, and I dropped League.
Oh, he's the sand guy, right? With the spears and the sand soldiers.
Oh, he's the space dragon, the one that had the little boop stars.
I don't think I was playing then.
Oh, really? Oh, so you must have played League like quite a while ago then, because I think he's.
I was like 16. And I'm like 33 now, so it's quite a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
I feel old.
Yeah. He's not. Definitely not like a new champion, but I don't think he's definitely not one of the oldest. He's somewhere in the middle.
He's a newfangled champion for me. Back in my day, we didn't have an Aurelion Soul.
He
we
was
played Master Master Yi and liked it.
Screw Yi players in particular. I.
Eta, how's it going?
Azir is based too, though.
Sure,
we do love Azir.
Twisted Fate was one of my favorites, just because it had the Gambit vibes, and I was a edgy teen who still like Gambit. Still waiting for a good Marvel adaptation of Gambit. We finally got one as well. Finally in Deadpool 3.
Yeah, Channing Tatum is based. I love that.
That was so good.
Yeah.
That movie was fantastic. I went in
Yeah.
blind, so I didn't know there was going to be like Blade and Gambit and shit. I was like, oh my god! I was like, what? Finally, a good one.
We're not talking about League anymore. We're going away from League.
It's
fair.
Deadpool 3 now.
It's yucky and it's icky. Yeah.
Yeah, League is it's a. Aitan plays it. Off my amusing plays it. I see you playing that on Discord, popping up, and you're thinking I'm playing League. You need to
Shame.
get that, man. You
should be publicly humiliated.
Time for me to make a name for myself. Blizzard's MOBA have the big advantage over League. It allows you to turn off the chat. Damn.
That is very nice.
That would make it a lot better.
I
Blade
really wish
got
there was a
spelled
mode
for me
that
very
didn't
quickly.
make me. Oh yeah.
That's a shame if Blade got spoiled because that was kind of cool. Like all the cameos completely took me by surprise. I was really like in the UK. So I know that America, from what I've seen online, is different. That like being like cheering in cinemas and stuff is fairly common from what I understand.
It wasn't common though. It's a new thing that's been going on since like maybe like a year or two now.
Okay. So
Like I don't know. I don't like it. I don't understand why it's a thing.
Yeah, in the
like,
UK that doesn't happen because it's like shut the fuck up. Like we're watching the movie. It's like silence. But like actually when I saw
Flint and Steel has been ridiculous.
What was it? Fucking the guy who plays Captain America returning as the Human Torch. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, no way. I was like, that's crazy. Surely there'll be nothing else that cool. And then just proceed like fucking having Elektra and shit. I think, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was good.
There's a massive love letter to the early 2000s kind of naff Marvel movies from the day back in the day. Loved it.
Well, I definitely respect Ryan Reynolds for that because up until that point it was just garbage from Disney's Marvel. Was not a fan.
Yeah, I think after like the Infinity War saga, I think
it was basically
really big
like Endgame was. Yeah, it's been
so
so
like,
horrendous.
Like a lot of people just like ended there, like because it was like, well, I've been watching these movies now, like this one storyline for like 10 plus years or whatever since Iron Man 1.
Well, I think
and
it definitely should have concluded.
It concluded, and then a bunch of the actors left, and it's like, well, now I don't care. I don't want to do another 10-year storyline.
It should have just ended there. They could have fully like reboot the MCU or something. They could have done anything, but it's like they have this franchise and they're like, same thing with Star Wars. We're gonna milk it until it's dead.
Yeah. Thunderbolts, legit. I haven't seen it, but I'm very excited to see it. It's like the first movie I've seen that pop up that looked like actually interesting. I'm glad that it is actually a fun movie. Also, I don't know if I'm in the minority here because like fandoms are weird. When I saw that Robert Downey Jr. was coming back as Doctor Doom, I was like, that's kind of cool. I wonder like what sort of like narrative they're going to pull for that because I doubt it's not going because I don't know anything about it. I assume it's still going to be Tony Stark. However, as Doctor Doom, different timeline. Kind of cool shit.
I mean, I love Robert
okay
Downey Jr. He's a great actor.
He is really good, so I'm looking forward to that one.
Like, it's like
and Watchmen
I'm happy to see him.
Yeah, me too. And Watchmen is seriously underrated. A little bit. I like it. I think.
I don't know if I've ever watched that.
Zack Snyder.
Oh yeah.
As a director, I feel like he's a little bit too on the nose and a little bit naff. However, Watchmen was kind of good. I would say it's underrated. It's not as bad as people think it is, but it is pretty good.
Robert Downey Jr. is one of those actors that I could legitimately just watch an entire movie of just him playing every role and be happy.
You cast Robert Downey Jr. You want to see his face, so I don't know how much actual Doctor Doom we'll get out of him. That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, the managed with Iron Man.
They need to-
He was Iron
Yeah.
Man had a full face mask, but they managed to do those close up shots and shit, right? I'm sure they'll do a Doctor Doom version of it.
Hollywood needs to be more like comfortable with like acting is not just facial expressions. It's the whole body. You can convey emotions with just eyes or poses. It's you can do better.
Like I've been watching The Mandalorian, so I'm like I haven't.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, so I've started to watch it. So I'm on nearing the end of the season 3. I think it's the last season that's out so far. I've binged it a little bit. I've really enjoyed it, and Pedro Pascal, with that helmet on for like 99% of the series, conveys so much emotion with like subtle head movements. It's insane. Like
like he does a
so
fantastic job. And like the first time he removed his helmet, it was really impactful. And then they started just kind of doing it a lot more often. It lost the, kind of the strength there. But it's like,
it is what it is.
it is what it is.
I like it. I'm really enjoying it. I haven't seen Andor yet. I've heard Andor's good too. I've been out of Star Wars for a long time, so I'm like, you know what? Yeah. It's on Disney Plus. I've heard Mandalorian's good. I've heard Andor's good. I'll go through it. Like, the last Star Wars film that I watched was the last number.
Star Wars is another one. Like both Marvel and Star Wars are stuff that I grew up with and hold like a special place in my heart. And then Disney came along and started doing all the stuff that they've been doing in the past couple of years, and it has been making me mad.
Yeah.
Disney little brother.
I am not a fan of
movies.
The recent the numbered entries in Star Wars at all. I think they've.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the kind of person who's like they're terrible and awful, because I grew up with the prequels and not the original trilogy. So I grew up with people telling me that those 3 movies that I really enjoyed growing up are fucking terrible. I am sure children absolutely loved like the sequel trilogy. So I'm like, I don't want to like push like the same like vitriol that I got like in the prequels, because funnily enough, once the sequels came out, the prequels got a lot of like more attention, because shocker, the people who grew up with those movies grew up to internet age and were like, those were actually good. Like fuck off. Like and they were. Like, they've got issues,
fun.
right?
Like
they've got their issues. So is the original trilogy. So like fuck off.
Yeah. I love the original trilogy.
So do I.
So much and I do really enjoy the prequels, especially after watching the entire Clone Wars series. Like,
no, I really enjoy that they're bringing back like I haven't seen it, but like Ashoka is now not just an animated person. It's just got a fucking she's in the Mandalorian. I think she's in series 2. Awesome. Like bring more Clone Wars stuff back. Expand on that some more.
Clone Wars was like, I think if I was being completely unbiased, I think I honestly enjoyed the Clone Wars more than even the original trilogy. Just because there was so much stuff and went so much into kind of the universe.
Yeah. No, Ziggy, you're right. Yeah, the prequel movies are much better. They had a plan. Yeah, because it was all George Lucas. Like, it was his vision. He had a solid vision. People didn't like that vision. Going from like a pulp fantasy sci-fi sort of like space opera to like politics and shit, right? People didn't like that switch, but you had a vision for it. The sequels don't have that because it was fucking the guy who made Lost, some shithead who made an awful movie, and then the guy who made Lost again, and nothing was consistent.
Oh shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I actually love the politics side of it. I think that's because I kind of hate real world politics, because that's like, oh no, they're messing up my taxes. But, but like with you see the sci-fi ones, it's like, ooh, this is interesting. There's some intrigue and stuff going on here.
I find it wild. George Lucas appears a lot on like social media and stuff with like old interviews and stuff because people miss George Lucas after hating him for so long.
Yeah.
And
It's
like
they come crawling back.
and it's one of those
to see
things where he's like he answers questions like to the point. So he's like, oh, like, you know, oh, when you wrote you know, the like Star Wars and the Rebellion, like what was your political motivations behind that? I was like, well, the Rebellion or the Viet Cong and the Empire is the US. Because and that's it. Like that's the based off of like spoiler. It's you know, it's just a corrupt a corrupt power putting their power against a smaller, you know, group of people, and then it going wrong. Like it's like, it's that simple. And then the interviewers are all like, oh well, like, oh, that's interesting. They'll try to point like other like, well, you know, it's sort of like how the US pushed back against the English rule, and he's like, in a way, but the Empire is the United States during the Vietnam War. He's like, no, you can try and reword it. No, it is what I just said.
Like you also Christ. Like you can't convince me that Count Dooku was not perfectly like vindicated and correct in his stance. Like,
yes,
I'm a firm believer in that.
He was a great character, and I've just gotten past the episode in Mandalorian where the mention the Separatists, and one of the guys, the main baddie of the episode was a Separatist, and mentioned Count Dooku. I was like, dude,
yeah,
yes,
and like. It doesn't help that like Christopher Lee, I think, is one of the greatest actors to ever do anything.
I love Christopher Lee with all my heart. He was such
awesome. Yeah.
So good. Him and Ian McKellen. Like I've met Ian McKellen before. He came to my school when I was in high school. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah.
They're both fantastic. I love them both. But like, man, Christopher Lee, he's such a vibe. Like, there's like, it's partially his voice and just partially it's just he is like is the aura he gives off, right? Like it's he's such a cool dude. Absolutely love him. He randomly like I've watched 1,000 times the making of Lord of the Rings and stuff. Like him telling Peter Jackson him how like, oh, when you get stabbed, make this noise and do this thing. Sounds. And it goes, then Christopher proceeded to explain in great detail like what it actually sounds like to be stabbed in the back.
Yeah, it's so cool.
It's like, Jesus Christ.
Ian McKellen has a pub.
It's
like,
a
does
pub?
He own that? Yeah,
that's
the music's
so cool.
just put it in the chat. Yeah.
Nice.
That's kind of cool.
After seeing what the galaxy is like after the Empire fell, gave me my steady office job as an Empire pen pushing admin guy any day.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Honestly, it's like your government could be tyrannical, but if they're paying the bills, your life is steady enough that you're living comfortably. It's like,
I mean, I think like apart from like the actual like straight up murder that went on like certain in certain places, like there was a power imbalance of tremendous degrees. I think for the most part though, like an everyday existence under the Empire probably wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And probably far better than the New Republic, where it's just like pirates everywhere.
So I kind of think like compared to like the 40K universe, right? Like everyone's just suffering to an immense degree.
Yeah. It's kind of cheating to make the Empire make it so unambiguously evil.
Yeah. It's like they're just evil for the sake of being evil. Yeah. I mean, my personal favorite was the Separatist. I feel like they were the most interesting.
Yeah.
Because I think, and I don't know, maybe someone with more Star Wars lore knowledge, because I'm only have the slightly above average knowledge base of it, but it's like, um, the Separatists are kind of what the Rebellion were in the original trilogy, to a degree.
Yeah.
A bit better funded, I think, because they had droid armies and stuff. But they were the
ultimately-
breakaway faction, you know?
And ultimately completely fucked because they were still controlled by Palpatine.
Yeah.
So it was never going to work, sadly. But the actual ideology I was
Yeah.
was fine enough. Eitan, like in the Empire, they are only really evil because the Emperor is evil. And it's only from the point of view of the good guys where all the enemy troopers were trying to shoot them. That is true, and I think more and more media in Star Wars points out that like when the Rebellion destroyed destroyed the Death Star, like millions of people died.
Yeah.
Like the Death Star was a fairly evil weapon of mass destruction. Not everyone on the Death Star was that though. They were just like pencil pushers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll say
They were,
Rogue
like,
One.
people-
Rogue One was so good. I liked Rogue One. That was the
I
best.
like Rogue One. It was
thing
pretty
that
good.
Disney put out so far.
Yeah, your basic Empire guy is just going about his business on
It's
some
definitely very interesting.
agri world or something. Yeah, they are just fucking chilling, like police force.
Yeah.
I imagine the
Just
inflation. Imagine all the money invested in that one space that's on the Death Star, and then it blowing up, and then everyone dying, and all that fucking investment lost. It would have
Yeah.
shattered the economy.
And then they did it again.
And they did it again.
Which is
Son of a
possibly the
bitch.
most realistic part of Star Wars.
The first one blew up. I'll make a new one. I'll fuck it blew up too. Never mind.
Like, we made this terrible business decision. Let's do it again.
I also genuinely like that Hayden Christensen, who plays Anakin Skywalker, has went from memed and hated to the point where he basically vanished from the face of the earth.
Yeah.
From just complete, just vitriol from every direction, to like coming back and actually being like loved almost universally.
Yeah. It's like I'm not so bad
thank
now,
you.
am I, guys?
And it's great. Like I love that he's like
Yeah.
he's in the suit and stuff. He's actually playing Darth Vader. He's going back and doing like his roles as Anakin in like flashbacks and stuff. And it's like yes, I
And
love
he never
that.
deserved to hate to begin with. He did perfectly fine. It was a little choppy, but like I think
In the third
all
movie
the
was
dialogue choppy.
yes, it's from George Lucas, right? So you can't expect too much. His dialogue was never the best.
Yeah.
And it's like in the second movie, he was just a petulant, annoying little teenage dickhead, which is like cool. That's like he's the most accurate representation of that. And then the third one, he was great. He was great in the third one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
like I think the first one was some kid.
who also got bullied into oblivion as well, which is also
Yeah.
just like
Didn't he
fuck Star Wars fans. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
the
they're-
only people who were doing that to both those actors were original trilogy
hardcore-
purists who were now in their who at the time were in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Now
it's like,
crazy to think that they're probably
come on
like-
now.
Yeah.
It only took like 20 years for the scales to fucking rebalance, so the kids from that generation going, no, shut the fuck up. We've waited 20 years to be able to
See,
go,
you don't know how good you had it. It's until you.
yeah, exactly.
It's so funny.
The way he was like super excited to wear the suit is heartwarming. It really is heartwarming because like he wasn't going to be in the suit originally. Like he wasn't going to be in the suit in episode 3. It was going to be someone else.
Yeah.
And he asked, he got to wear it for like a little while. It was awesome. Like I love to see that. The youngling cleaner 40,000.
That's what he named his lightsaber.
Yeah. Didn't Tarkin basically say that the Death Star was supposed to be a deterrent, so he was never actually going to use the thing after the first test fire?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it kind of that's how nukes work, right? Like with the nukes were dropped a few times, and then that was really bad. We won't do it again, and then now no one uses nukes. It's probably the same thing, right? It was probably meant to be like that. which makes a
Yeah,
lot of
except
sense.
the only difference would be like the Empire was already controlling more, because like in terms of nukes for real world, it's like there's a lot of countries with a lot of nukes. They
Yeah.
would basically be the only ones who have nukes, because they're the only ones who can afford the investment really, and they're the predominant power across the galaxy. So it's like, instead of being, hey, you don't fire your nuke, I won't fire mine, it's we have the nukes, you'll do what we say.
You never know. The Huts
Yeah.
might be able to buy one. Just make a giant like
That's
death slug.
true. Yeah,
Like,
that's true. Which that's another part that I wish that they had a lot more of, was like the criminal undergrounds, which there's usually some, but it's always through the lens of, ooh, here comes a Jedi, you know? I want more of the
Yeah.
ordinary, like more of the Rogue Ones, even like the Han Solo movie, if it wasn't meh. I
I
watched
haven't
that one
seen it.
once.
I've heard it was a bit naff. I know it was like, there was a cameo of Darth Maul in it. I think, which is the
Yeah,
first
and that
Darth
went
Maul appearance for like
nowhere.
a long time at that time. It went nowhere. Not surprised.
Yeah,
Um,
I think actually he probably showed up in Rebels if I remember correctly, but I didn't watch that one.
yeah, he's. I've seen like a thing where his narrative arc is completed.
Yeah,
With Obi-Wan
yeah,
at
I've
some
seen the
point in
clips
that.
of the Obi-Wan fight, which yeah, it's very very cool. And the
The
clips
actor
of the
that
one
played
guy who,
Starkiller in
yeah,
Force Unleashed is a huge Star Wars nerd. He plays Darth
yeah,
Maul.
I think he
He
voiced,
voice acts.
yeah,
He
he was,
voices.
yeah.
He's not the physical actor because the actor who does the motion capture is still the same actor from
Yeah.
the first movie. So he comes back for all the motion
That's
capture.
cool.
But Sam
Sam something,
Whit,
yeah, I know who you're
Sam
talking about.
Witwer or something. He voices him now,
Sam,
and he's a huge nerd,
yeah,
massive nerd about Star
yeah,
Wars.
yeah. Like I've seen a bunch of interviews from that guy, and it's like he knows what the whole thing is for Star Wars. Why aren't
Yeah.
we putting someone like him in control instead of these, money hungry executives who are just milking the franchise?
Yeah. Like the evilness of the Empire is the point. Anyone who worked for them enabled horrible shit, which is why often some of them would actually try and fail in unbelievable ways. That's true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, not every German
Yeah.
was a Nazi in World War II. Same vibes.
Yeah.
Same vibes.
It's nice when you can actually go in depth with it. It's not like, oh, every single individual in this one army is unequivocally evil and wants, to like go out and, drop kick children.
Yeah. Why are you trying to find redeeming qualities in the bad guys? They're meant to be disliked. I do this overall. I dislike the Empire. I also think that the replacement, the New Republic, from what I've seen so far of my very limited extended Star Wars knowledge, is complete failure across the board. Like,
Well, the other thing is like, there's not, most humans are just humans. They're not good or bad. If you want to make it more realistic or relatable, then you'll add in some redeeming qualities to the bad guys, to a degree.
Yeah.
Some people are just scumbags, and you should have some of those. Like, you shouldn't do this thing with like, every single bad guy is is like actually just a misunderstood redeemable person, because that's
Yeah.
boring. But like, you have, yeah. Which, it's the one thing I will give credit to League of Legends, is Arcane was a masterpiece. And like, they knew how to write, terrible people, as well as good people who did bad things, and all the rest of it.
Yeah. Sure, if it's a new one's take, that's well written.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. I don't know.
Jedi.
Like, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. You know what I mean? So there you go, Phalanx.
Yeah.
I guess I'm truly lost.
Based.
From legitimately though, right? From my point of view, the only Jedi, the last Jedi to die in Star Wars was Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah.
The rest were all fucking traitors. every last one of them were complete failures to the Force. All of them. They were warmongers and despicable people who allowed actual evil to corrupt not only themselves, but the entire like system of government that they sought to protect. They were beyond failures. And Mace Windu in particular, complete douchebag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Qui-Gon Jinn was the last Jedi to die.
I always think it's so
Telling you right
funny whenever I see an interview of Samuel L. Jackson with like talking about how excited he was. I was like, I'm glad you were able to do that. I don't like Mace Windu though. He's a piece of crap.
Yeah. It's like what color lightsaber can I have? Well, good guys have blue or green. Can I have purple? Yeah, we can do that. We can do purple for you, don't worry. They're afraid of their own emotions.
Like...
Yes, Toast, that was the point of the visual. Exactly. They did lose their way. Horrendously, though. Like, really badly.
Yeah, because, like, you legitimately have Dooku being more... Well, he went to the Sith, so obviously not. But, you know, like, the original reason was, like, he saw that the Jedi were falling away from their original path, and he was like, oh, this isn't what I signed up for.
Dooku, like, trod the path, right? Like Qui-Gon Jinn was very much, like, grey, right? He wasn't just pure, you know, good or whatever, right? Whatever, like, pure good side of the Force. Like, he was very much grey. And Dooku was also very grey, but he also then veered a bit too far. And kind of fucked up.
Well, because Qui-Gon was his original master too, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So
How'd the game go? How'd the game go? Back to Warcry.
I got
went
battered.
Really well. Sylvaneth got skewered by spears. Really badly skewered by spears. Like 60 wounds worth of Kurnoth got killed in like a turn and a half or something. It was really bad.
I only had one Spy Revenant left at the game, so yeah. Well, it wasn't pretty. Also brings up the point that
Mace Windu, he used Vapad if I remember. Bring an ancient style. He used the Vapad form where he channeled the dark side of his opponents to become more powerful. I believe how it worked.
I will say, I think if 40k was to like, or like any of the Warhammer stuff were to actually like start pumping out, you know, good movies or TV shows or anything, they would make more of a killing now than ever.
Henry Cavill is apparently Amazon. Henry Cavill around board.
We're all hoping. We're all praying. We've heard the rumors.
Amazon, as weird as it might be, like, Henry Cavill is like one of those people who's like all about Source. Games Workshop are fairly protective of IP now. They're probably going to be all about Source as well. And like the amount of like the 40k universe is so vast. You could fit anything into it, any kind of story, and find something for it. It doesn't have to be Space Marines. It doesn't have to be whatever. It could literally just be like a fucking cosmic horror like movie akin to like, you know, Aliens, but with fucking Cthulhian like fucking monstrosities from the warp. And that would be awesome. It could be just like a dive into just like actual human beings surviving in a fucking horrible place. Okay, fucking like, detective shit. Like a detective crime noir, like on a fucking hive world.
Yeah, Grumpy Guard, I get that, but it's like also if you have Henry Cavill and GW, hopefully they don't mess it up too much. That's the hope.
Yeah, Alex, that's the point. Like the fact that Qui-Gon Jinn was, you know, a true follower of the will of the Force, not the light side. Very, very important. He didn't follow the light side of the Force. He believed in the will of the Force. He was incredibly grey, in his actual like his leanings, because the monolithic like good versus evil thing was bullshit, and he knew it.
I mean,
there wasn't.
You can even look at it.
If Qui-Gon lived, Darth Vader would never have been a thing. Anakin would have been actually like legit, not a twat.
I mean, you could even look at it as like because I'm currently studying for a psychology degree, and I'm also just
Yeah.
been working on, like improving my mental health after a lot of stuff. But there's like people can emotionally stunt themselves by just repressing all their feelings,
Yeah.
which would be kind of Jedi-ish. And
Like,
then on the other hand, there's people who have no
feel
regulation.
nothing. It's like,
Yeah.
feel nothing, and you'll be fine. Like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you have
Unless you,
people who feel nothing and think they're fine, but then in reality they're not, and eventually it's going to just do more damage to them. And then you have people who
yeah,
have no control whatsoever, which would be kind of the dark side in this instance, where you just completely give in. You need that
yep,
balance.
absolutely, very, very
Yeah.
true. Henry Cavill had to resign from playing. Yeah, he had to resign because Netflix are wankers, and the difference here though is I
Hey.
think that Games Workshop are going to have a much tighter hold of their IP than whomever sold Netflix the rights to The Witcher. I think Games
Yeah.
Workshop would be very protective and wouldn't actually make something that, like, there's a difference between going off canon and making something that's not like word for word book accurate or whatever, because it's a different medium. You've got to like play it differently. But I think for the most part, it'll hit the main points and do it well. And I think a mixture of Games Workshop and whatnot will make sure that was the case. Honestly,
If there's one thing that I think we can actually trust GW on, it would be that. Be a stingy little.
yeah. But the 40K universe is just its biggest strength and downside is that it is just so unbelievably dark. Like there is nothing redeeming about that universe, apart from potentially just regular people. Right, you could definitely find the redemption of that in people, but the overarchingness of it all is just pure nasty shit all the time.
Yeah.
Nothing is good.
There's
like,
some of
cool.
it that's like.
How do you travel through space? It's like, so we tear a hole into hell, and we have these people who link their brains to this living spaceship we have, and they go insane and die potentially. But also occasionally turn to demons, and we've got to then fight demons and kill them, and then get a replacement, hook them to the fucking living ship, and do it some more. Also, it could be lost in time for thousands of years, or go back in time, or just vanish forever. It's like, cool.
Yeah.
Why? Why is that traveling through space?
Well, even then
Did
though,
it
it's
have
like
to be that grim?
Yeah, but even then, it's like some of the books, like if you read some of the the good Black Library stuff, and not just the bolter porn as it's referred to. It's like
porn.
yeah, the bolter porn. But then you have like really really good ones that are like the Night Lord trilogy is one of my favorites. It makes Night Lords of all people like maybe not redeemable, but like at least like understandable and interesting and complex characters.
Yeah.
And like I'm also reading Twice Dead King currently, and I've been loving it. And it's like you are getting emotionally invested in a Necron, like
something at one
robot.
point would have been considered completely impossible because
Yeah. It's like there's so much room for so much nuance and like interesting stuff that doesn't all have to be extremely grimdark. I kind of enjoy the Eldritch Horror side of stuff like Tyranids and things like that, or but
honestly, like just like I'll be so down for like, because there's so many like places you could start or do something on, right? But the War for Armageddon, is such a great place I think to be for a thing. One could be pretty lengthy; it's a pretty big thing. Specifically, I think it's the first war with the demons, Angron and shit. Because you've got regular people, that's kind of wild, fighting over basically mining a planet. So it's like, defend this planet with like billions of lives because we need to have this fucking forge working, lol. So it's like highlights just the futility and insignificant to human life compared to whatever they're trying to defend. Then you've got all these Space Marine chapters and the Grey Knights, and it ends with like, everyone's done now. Great, kill all the humans.
Yep.
And it's like, what the fuck? What? Like,
Yeah.
plot twist. They saw demons. Kill them all.
Yeah.
It's like,
Which
what?
sounds goofy, but that could be a really, like, you could make it into an interesting twist.
You could, because then the Space Wolves go, fuck off. We'll go and like, rip your faces off. Get out of here.
Yeah.
So, cool shit, man.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
Yeah, I would even say I think they could definitely do like a almost like a Warcry themed show or something where you just have like a little band of dudes,
Yeah.
you know, like going through Gur or something.
Yeah. I can see that.
That's how they should revive.
I think the Warcry community would be very upset because that's just more meat trees. Not more meat trees.
Okay.
No.
Oh, how about this? Let's move it to Shyish. We can we can, have some cool death terrain. We get
Shadow
this whole
trees.
show where we give me a band of like one hero from each of the order factions that like go travel into Shyish to go like confront some like rogue necromancer or something, because I think Nagash would be too much, but
Maybe.
Yeah.
Man, I love Nagash. So I don't know much about modern Nagash.
Nagash. Yeah.
But I've read I think it was a trilogy back in the day during fantasy of of Nagash and his rise from being nothing to eventually becoming an all-powerful necromancer who dominated everything.
He's
so
sick. We love him. I
love that from what I recall, like every plot twist in those books were like, Nagash has become omega powerful again. Things are going amazing. He's a little bit petulant, a little bit of a bitch, but also endless hordes of the dead. And
He
then
is competent.
Then the Skaven appear, and every time it fucks it up, it's always the Skaven, like 3 times
so
back
funny.
to back. And then the
Imagine-
Skaven arrived,
Yeah.
like saving the world
I'm kinda
every
curious.
time. Skaven.
Kind of curious if the folks in chat have the same idea, but do y'all imagine that Nagash sounds like Skeletor from He-Man 2, or is that just me?
I think the old Nagash model does. I think new Nagash looks a
Yeah.
bit too menacing for that.
I don't know.
Well,
I can still see
in the
new
book I read
Nagash.
too.
It's just like the
Oh man, it's like what, quarter past 12 here. So I need to
Oh,
probably
geez,
end
yeah.
the stream because it's been 5 hours of 5 hours for 2 games and roughly 3 hours of rambling across Fireaxe and
You know what?
the post game.
That's
Yeah, I
fair.
love it.
Sometimes you need that. I'm gonna have to figure out what's wrong with my TTS and why it's pulling up that Discord link. 'Cause I
Ziggy,
don't
you
know
can
what
probably help
that's
with
about.
that. So
Oh, yeah.
Ziggy, we had an issue. We couldn't get Ethereum's Warband to spawn because whenever he tried to like spawn in
Yeah,
the little note, it brought up the
I think I
Discord
figured it out.
overlay.
It's every time I press shift, it brought up like a Discord overlay. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't think I rebound anything. So I don't know why it's doing that.
That is very odd.
Yeah, I need to go to the bathroom too.
But in any case, I am going to do a skadoodle. Thank you to everyone who joined. Funnily enough, people joined in little waves, and the best part is, the wave
Half of
only
it was
grew.
rambling about Star Wars.
It grew during the rambling sessions. So it wasn't like people. It's like, man, the game's over. We're going to leave because the game's over. It's like they're rambling. Let's lock in for 2 more hours of rambles. Woo! Grim Guard, thank you for popping by. You've been here the whole time, so dude, you head to bed.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here for this long. But thanks to Fireaxe for game 1, and thanks to Ethereum for game 2. It's been fantastic. The rambles have been
Thanks
on
for
point.
playing. Yeah.
We've talked about
Oh no, I could
everything.
chat ears off about anything for hours. Yeah.
So I'm going to cut this 5-hour stream up at some point and post the games individually. So if you missed game 1, that'll come up. If you missed game 2, that will also be up at some point in the future. But thanks for tuning in. Be sure to grab tickets for UK Games Expo. There's tickets left for the competitive event and also for the narrative event. There's some seriously cool shit on that narrative side. So if you want to play some narrative at UK Games Expo, check those out. Links will be provided in the description once I end the stream. So, dude, everyone, thank you for joining us, and I'll catch you all later. Toodaloo.
Hey, catch you later, man. Good night.